Looks like we're live. And we are on Crusaders, FTJ Media, YouTube at Rosyphilopicus, and Party. For some reason. I don't know about the party thing. I don't know why I even put it up there. It was a nice long day. So here, we've got some things to talk about. Yesterday's show was quite interesting, I found. And let's see. Today we're going to be looking at... Oh, is it? No, it's going to... Shit. Hold on. It's doing that thing again. I got to turn it off and turn it back on. It's starting to get choppy. Hold on. And we're back. What's up? Oh boy, what's this one? Hold on. Oh yeah.
I know, right? It's sending home. So what do you guys decide? Which way are we going? To do what?
Hey, Mom, what's this?
I don't think you should throw things off cliffs because it gets faster and heavier as it goes down. But go ahead, right there, right there. Now you plant an acorn tree there.
Cool.
Oh, there's gonna be an acorn tree there.
Nice.
Once it goes really high up, I have to get one.
Yep.
Well, there you go. And we are here. Let's get started. Oh, you know what? Let's do that. No, not that. That. If you look up here, you'll see there's a banner here. It says FTJ Media. So it's ftjmedia.com. Make America Less Gay. Join FTJ. Go pro for $5. It helps support the ongoing, what do you call it? The expenses of carrying on that platform. And if we hit our goal, then we'll continue on after the 31st. If we don't, then it will be gone. And the community that we built there hopefully will come along. But I don't want to think about it like that. Let's think about it how we're going to make it happen so that we don't have to worry about losing people along the way. So make America less gay. So here's the issue with that. With places like FTJ Media being gone, if it was, the other platforms, the ones that you can find on your Roku TV, like you can get an app for Rumble for your Roku TV. But Rumble is not in the hands of people who are really all that determined to give a flying F about free speech. And when they're ready, they can do the biggest rug pull ever on independent ideas and independent people. So that is not a good place. It's not a stable environment for people who want to tell you what's really going on to reside, because eventually that has the potential of going away, just like it does on YouTube. What's that leave you? A very low grade of picture quality BitChute and Odyssey. No, because people won't all gravitate or navigate there. We have FTJ Media. We have a good community here, and we have a lot of good hosts, a lot of good content creators, people who give a crap about the future and the well-being of Americans, mankind, and that is their home. FTJ Media is the anchor for a lot of these people, so that is what we need to maintain and keep going. And really, honestly, like, come on. You click a little pro button. It's $5 a month. That's it. That's crazy how low that is. If enough people do it, it stays. So let's have a look at that. I'll just pull up a new tab of it. FTJmedia.com. FTJmedia.com. Let me sit and wait. And there it is. Now, I already did this last night. I already became an FTJ Pro member, even though I already have all the access because I'm a content creator, but it happened anyway. So, you're already subscribed to this plan, it says. So, that is the thing, okay? You can choose 50 for a year, but where you can do $5 a month. And if we hit the goal, and hopefully hit the goal and more, so that, you know, Dave, who's been paying out of pocket for this for the last 2 years, may be able to start paying himself back slowly. That would be great. Allows unlimited uploading and streaming for 30 days. Because it's a monthly plan, you get it. And what better way to show that you actually care about the content that's here? And we'll take another look. Let's go to the F to the T to the J to the B. Blah, 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 blah. Here it goes. That's a nice little like logo there. Colors came out good. Hold on. I already clicked it. I'm just waiting. All right. So you have, obviously, see the live section here, the upcoming there, and the shorts. And then these are the content creators on here. There's Flood. There's Giuseppe Vaffanculo. Night Nation Review with Nick. Dave Gahari himself. And he has Les Borley on it. Borley? I don't know. Alfred Schaefer. Josh Hu. David Duke. Non-kosher salt. Johnny Doom Slayer now. Huntress. Best of the story. Twinitris. The Holocaust Summit, that was a 10-hour program. I think I had like 12 or 13,000 people watching it. Buchenwaldo. Glad I kept scrolling. That's a good dude. Vocational Science of Freedom. UK Steve. And me. White Rabbit Radio. Dr. Sean Brooks. And guess what? You, for that $5, you can upload your own stuff if you want. Health Talent Syndicate. Jeff Wilkerson. Steve Hansen. Salamandrin. And the Holocaust Academy. David James. In Black and White series. And more. There's a whole new season coming out. So keep an eye out for that. Warhog 45. Dennis Wise. G-Man award-winning intros. Nice. TTOR. It's Truth, the Objective Reality. Is what that stands for. Casey Whalen. Reich Flyer Network. Lady Rochelle Renew. First Fire. 508. And a fucking white guy. Two-Ton Freaks. And of course, you can add your name to that. If you want to post here and you don't feel comfortable or you don't want things to be taken down and getting strikes or whatever the heck you have to say, this is a free speech platform. This is where Section 230 actually operates the way it's supposed to. So, $5 a month. You support all these people, see them across the hair top, and keeps it going. We don't get it. It's for the cost of the servers and the yada yada, the website and all that. All right. Blink. Oh yeah, so the 50. Yeah, let me put it on this one. Irvat 88 says, "Hail Victory, Rancid throwback, nice." Yeah. I like Blood Clot too. I had another intro with Blood Clot. That's a pretty cool song. Lars has a pretty interesting voice. I like him. And of course, you can't go wrong with Matt Freeman on bass. That's incredible. $50 a year plan comes out to $4.16 a month. 16 cents. It may require more than 500 members if we did that, though, because that's $10 less per. I mean, either way you want to do it, that's fine. If you want to save the $10 and do the 50 for the year, that's cool. If you want to do the $5 a month, it's like you won't even know it's gone. Boop, like that. All right. So there's that, and then let's go over to what I had in store for us tonight. So I was looking up. There's like a total of maybe 6 people out there that have their heads on straight when it comes to the truth about health. And Dr. Peter Glidden and Dr. Alfonso Manzo are the 2 main ones, right? They will go there, as they say, and they have been helping people, and that's why they were attacked at times. At least Dr. Manzo got raided and stuff like that, and he took his equipment, and he's still cranking it out, and he's still helping people because that's the whole point. You have Dr. John Bergman, DC here, who's another good voice in the same realm, and then you have Sam Bailey, Dr. Stefan Lanka, and people of the past. There was a lot of voices of the past that are no longer with us. You had Eustace Mullins, who wasn't specifically only ever talking about that, but Murder by Injection was quite the book. And so was Virus Mania with Dr. Sam Bailey as part of that. I think she may have come on as a like when they do a new edition. So she says, Dr. Sam Bailey explains how hantavirus is a foundational lie. And she does it in 2 minutes and 28 seconds, so let's go for it. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Boop. Member FTJ Media, GoPro for 5. Make America less gay.
If they are claiming that a virus exists, the particles must be found first and then used as the independent variable in subsequent experiments. So table 3 in the paper is completely misleading because it states, quote, isolation of the agent, when in fact it is simply the results of the antibody assay in various small mammals. No virus required. Once again, it has nothing to do with sickness. The rodents are healthy, and it is asserted that they are, quote, asymptomatic carriers.
Which is bullshit.
The isolation of the alleged virus also fell to pieces when they attempted to culture it. The authors conceded that primary cell cultures prepared from rhesus monkey, kidney, duck, and chicken embryo, rat liver, and human embryonic liver also failed to develop cytopathic effects when inoculated with infectious mouse lung suspension. So even with their fatally flawed cell culture technique that cannot be controlled, how was it possible to conclude that an agent, later called a virus, was present? This involves resorting to an unfalsifiable paradigm, as we have previously outlined. Welcome to the world of virology, where cytopathic effects could mean A, a virus, or B, something else, and no cytopathic effects could mean A, no virus, or B, a hidden virus. In the conclusion to the 1978 paper, it states, these observations, although definitely preliminary, provide substantial evidence that the etiologic agent of KHF has been isolated from the wild rodent.
No,
this is exemplary of the virologists' massacre of scientific terms. They are claiming that mixing ground up rat organs with cow's blood qualifies as the isolation of something. In their conclusion, they refer to it as an agent and a pathogen. Predictably, over time, this has become a virus. For example, Wikipedia states in 1978, the virus was isolated for the first time and named Hantan virus after the river. So now we are all the way back to the claim that hantavirus infections can be diagnosed by, quote, the detection of the nucleic acids.
Whenever they poison something and a bunch of people die, they say, oh, it's a virus. Rats, because rats have been in nature running around the woods, pissing and shitting where they've pissed and shit all this time. But this one time, the river, yeah, okay, sure. Or it was some other thing. Or it was some other thing that they don't want to be on the hook for. And they most certainly do love to poison people. So, taking advantage of that and people already anticipating and expecting to be ill because of something that they were just told they might get ill from, well, when the effects of whatever poison that they've just induced in the environment gets people sick, hey, let's finish them off with a shot, or let's finish them off with the NIH protocols and trach them, vent them. That sounds like a great idea. And then put them in a medically induced coma with drugs that they use for death row inmates. And I can't imagine why they didn't survive.
Proteins and or antibodies specific to the associated hantavirus. They did not find a virus in 1978, and neither has anyone else since then. What has been built up with regard to first antibodies and subsequently genetic sequences and proteins relies on this foundational fraud.
There. Plain and simple. It isn't what they say it is, and if they keep on telling you that's what it is, then you already know that they're deliberately trying to deceive and harm you. Period. The end. There is no other. There's no other way of looking at that. Let's have a look at what is said here in The Poison Needle, 1957.
Here are a few quotes from the preface from the wonderful book, The Poison Needle. The subtitle is Suppressed Facts About Vaccination, written by Eleanor McBean, written in 1957. That's 67 years ago. And in this book, she quotes from doctors who say that vaccines don't work. They do not prevent disease. In fact, they cause disease. They increase the risk of cancer. They kill people. So here's the last paragraph. And some of this I'm going to shorten, leave words out just for the sake of brevity. So vaccination has caused more death and disease than war, pestilence, and plague combined. The useless practice of killing germs with poison drugs has never and can never solve the problem of disease. Infusion of poison.
You know what can, though? You know what can? Dis-ease, the majority of the time, is a deficiency.
Injected into the bloodstream of the masses only serves to intensify the disease in some cases, suppress the symptoms in others, and create new and more serious diseases in still others. We have seen this misbegotten child of ignorance, vaccination, grow into a Frankenstein monster of immense proportions. Through the lethal power of the poison needle, these simple diseases of the past have devolved into the horrors of the present. Many of these strange mystery diseases that baffle the entire medical world are the sordid, in other words, dirty, filthy products of vaccine poisons. All these vaccine-induced atrocities are far worse than smallpox or any other eruptive diseases. And she goes on to say that eruptive diseases are really nature's way of trying to expel poisonous waste from the body.
Yes. And when it's that severe, it comes out in eruptions. And they say, oh, that's a smallpox. This is a this pox. That's a that. It's a fucking mechanism of getting rid of toxins that your body was subjected to.
And finally, our worst epidemics now are epidemics of vaccination, in which more people are killed every year by vaccine-induced diseases than by diseases that the vaccines were supposed to combat. And to give credit where credit's due, the place where I heard about this book was in Catherine Watt's Substack, published on March 20th, 2024, titled "Vaccines Have Always Been Mixtures of Toxins Used to Intentionally Sicken People." And she mentions this book in there, and she's a paralegal and a legal researcher, and she does a fantastic job.
There you go. Florence versus the germ machine. I like that. Florence Nightingale is what they're referring to here. We'll take a look at that. Oh, so I wanted to also point this out because I found this interesting. I'm not sure what Odyssey is doing, if they're messing around with servers and swapping stuff, or if they're cutting things down, or if they're just simply cutting out people's videos. You still have a place marker for them. So if you are the person who owns that channel, you will see that you still have, you know, a clickable icon. But when you get to it, it's muted and it's a black screen and it's blank. So Dr. Sam Bailey's Decade of Dissolving Illusions with Roman History and Nick. This is a book that I have. It's called Dissolving Illusions. I went to see what this video was about, and there was nothing to see. But I wanted to point that out for anybody who has an Odyssey channel to check some of your older stuff and see whether or not there's already... I don't know if this is... If we could jump to the conclusions and say that they're going to be doing the thing that they did during COVID and erasing people's data that contradicts, or I should just say, tells the truth, that, you know, counters their lies while they're trying to mass murder American people and the rest of the world. If they're doing a burn right now, and that should be alarming, because that would mean that the gears are in place and it's rolling and it's moving and there's a great potential that the Hanta thing is going to be what they use, or it could be something else. They might be scaring up the bullshit again. This is kind of reminiscent of when I started getting my channel strikes on YouTube, and then they deleted it because of so much medical misinformation. And then when they gave it back to me, they immediately deleted 63 of my videos. First they said, "Oh yeah, we reviewed it, and yeah, you didn't break any policies, or any terms of use or whatever." And then they give it back to me, and then I just see the notifications flying through my email saying this was deleted, that was deleted. But they weren't giving me new strikes. They were just erasing everything off of my channel that had anything to do with countering their bullshit, because YouTube is 100% a government tool, and the government, or what we pretend to be the government, this corporatocracy of the banking cult, it's completely owned. It's a tool of theirs. And you can consider it feds, you can consider whatever you want, the agents of control, who, instead of wanting to know truth or wanting to allow people to speak freely, they are cultishly obedient to the NIH and the World Health Organization. These organizations are not legitimate. This is, again, an extension of the parasitic vampiric cult of banking that wants you dead. So you can't really, that's the only voice. That's the only voice. Everybody else is an idiot. No, you can find this information out, and anybody with a mind to discern and analyze can see that historically everything that they've said has been bullshit. So that's gone. And then I went over and I found another one like that. And it was Pierre Chalat. And it says, I'm coming out, no virus. He's not coming out of the clouds. He's coming out as a person who says there are no viruses. But that was kind of the joke, I guess, for clicks or something. But again, that was erased because he said the naughty thing in the title, right? She said the naughty thing in the title is no viruses, because that's the reality of the situation, which means if only you take that part away from this, then you don't ever have any reason to get injected with anything, because they don't give you a vaccine for whatever they would claim is bacterial. They only say that they only, employ or deploy needles when it comes to viruses. Once you erase that possibility, there's no reason to ever take a shot. There's no reason to give your children shots to go to school. Well, you don't need to poison them 79 separate times or clusters of times when they put a bunch of them together. Which again, that doesn't even make any sense, because of they have no regard for what would be counterindicated when it comes to chemicals. And imagine, like, you're going to blast your body with all these things that are, according to them, a little bit of the poison or a little bit of the bad thing that you're trying to avoid injected directly into you, so you can produce antibodies, because it's all hocus pocus bullshit. But imagine, like, okay, so you're, instead of bombarding a child with one of those things, you're going to do like 5 at a time. Do you think your child might be a little overwhelmed? Do you think that might be a problem? Do you think encephalitis could occur from that? It's a shock to the system regardless. So I found Dissolving Illusions on BitChute at a much lower, as I said, resolution, but it is what it is. It's a better resolution than black, I suppose. I think this one might work. Nope. All right, let's see. That one's also a shit one. All right, let's see. Exploding the Spanish Flu Myth. Let's see if I got that one here. I may have jumped over that one. Nope, there it is right there. Bam. All right, cool. We're still in. I was looking over some of the comments. I actually noticed that one of my videos, the one time I had him on with the peeps, it's right here. This is from my show. See Ball Busters? That one got 13.9K on it. On BitChute of all places. Dr. Tom, this is my thumbnail. Dr. Tom Cowan, Dr. Andrew Kaufman, and Dr. Brian Artis. It just says Andrew Kaufman, but whatever. And there it is. And then we also had Dr. Monzo popped in on that one too. That was kind of a shit show, actually. There's a lot of turmoil that occurred before and after that show. It almost didn't happen. And I almost told them all to go themselves, because what do you call it? Some of the egos I had to deal with to get that put together. It was ridiculous. But Steve Falconer from Spacebusters was like, "Yeah, you should get him on." So, and he's like, "I know them. I can get him on." I'm like, "Okay, let's do it." He convinced me to not just cash it out and say, "Forget it. It's too much of a pain in the ass." I haven't talked to Steve in a long time. Thomas E. Dwyer says, "Good evening." Hello, Thomas E. Dwyer. And then Usury Combustion. Hello, Usury Combustion. We want to keep this around, don't we, guys? I mean, I even became a pro member yesterday, and I already have all the access. I already am able to upload here. Let's see. I'm already seeing poor gullible people wearing masks. Fucking wake up and become a critical thinker. Thank you. At some parts, it's like, you think to yourself, well, it's just them. Let them do them, and then it's fine. But no, it's when you have an overwhelming number of people doing or abiding by something. Like, this is where the strength of a rule, that's how it stands. It's based on how much pushback it gets, whether or not it gets augmented, right? So if everybody just falls all over themselves to do this thing, whatever the hell it is, and obeys and eagerly obeys some sort of command that because they think it's going to save their lives or whatever, that they don't do any cardio, they eat like shit, and they smoke or drink or whatever, but god damn it, they're going to wear that mask because they're really concerned about their health. That's the other joke. But when you have too many people doing the wrong thing, nice, well, it's all going to, it pulls everybody else who is wiser than that into obligatory obedience, because now they have the force of the public approval of their tyrannical dictate behind them. And the court of public opinion will be, you're trying to kill grandma, because they're retarded. And you can't teach a retard something. So it's really a dangerous thing, because they don't even have to try to convince anybody who is wiser than the mass of people who will just jump to whatever they're told. They only need to work those people. They only need to work those people over. Funny enough, though, every time they do that, you would think, well, there'd be less and less of those people because those are the same people that line up for shots and boosters, so there's got to be less of them by now, right? Yeah, but they're just the masses of the people that are just not. They're not. I don't even think they're NPCs. I don't even know what to call them. And I'm not trying to be rude, but you can't tell or teach them anything, and they're usually very aggressively defensive of, like, identify with what they think is reality based on what they've been lied to about their whole lives, and never thought, hey, well, who are the people that are saying this? What is their agenda typically? They also make money off of this, and they also have been, babbling about the biggest of the billionaires, been babbling about methods utilizing shots in order to depopulate the country and the planet. Yeah, let's keep lining up to all their lies, and then have no rights when you get into the hospital, while they separate families so that they can kill one of your family members or yourself. It's nope, you're in the ICU now. Nope, here's the vent. Even though it doesn't matter if you want it or not. Doesn't matter if you wanted. It's like if you came in there, you're basically saying, "Here's my life. Do with it what you will." We can't let that happen. Hey, thank you, Thomas E. Dwyer. Thomas E. Dwyer, thank you very much, sir. And he dropped a Hamilton like he's Aaron Burr. Hope everybody gets that reference. All right, so there's this Florence and the Germ Machine. Now, Florence Nightingale shows up in a couple books. It might be Virus Mania, but I think it's also in the very beginning of. Let me see if I can find it. You're not going to see the screen, so just give me a second. I'm going to see if I can find a Champer Pasteur and see if there's a Florence Nightingale part of this. I'm pretty sure there is. I feel like let's see, maybe it was one and not the other. Rudolf Virchow. Okay, so Rudolf Virchow says, if I could live my life over again, I would devote it to proving that germs seek their natural habitat, diseased tissue, rather than being the cause of the diseased tissue. And the reason why they seek their natural habitat, because he's wrong here too, is because the pleomorphic microenzyme create what is needed for the toxins to be removed. So the bacteria will be designed to actually eat that particular toxin. Nothing is lost, and then this is Antoine Béchamp. Nothing is lost. Nothing is created. All is transformed. Nothing is the prey of death. All is the prey of life. And then Florence Nightingale says, here we go, here's the Florence Nightingale. The specific disease doctrine in the grand refuge of weak, uncultured, unstable minds such as now rule the medical profession. Okay. All right, so is the grand. Okay, so the specific disease doctrine is the grand refuge of weak, uncultured, unstable minds, such as now rule in the medical profession. There are no specific diseases, there are specific disease conditions. Correct. They name things and they say, well, this is the treatment for that name. That name is meaningless. It's not a separate entity. It's something that's happening within you. So yeah, there was a little bit about from Florence there. I thought there was a little bit more. Let's see if I can find another bit. Oh, here he goes. Yeah. English nurse, this world famous English nurse, Florence Nightingale, published an attack on the idea in 1860, over 17 years before Pasteur adopted it and claimed it as his own. She said of infection, diseases are not individuals arranged in classes like cats and dogs, but conditions growing out of one another. Remember what Dr. Glidden said about his miraculous healing times when he had, a procedure done? It was like, either it was a homeopathic remedy that he received, or it was like a colon hydrotherapy or something. And when he was severely ill throughout his life, he ended up in the order in which he was ill, like he had phases of that feeling going backward from to the beginning. So it was basically pulling him out layer by layer from all the times he was ill to be, back. Like if you fall down a hole, you still got to go back through the hole in order to get to the top, to the surface. So that's the sensation that he had in the 2 times he had a miraculous healing event in his life. So as she's saying, they grow out of each other. It is not living in a continual mistake to look upon. Is it not living in a continual mistake to look upon diseases as we do now, as separate entities which must exist like cats and dogs, instead of looking upon them as conditions, like a dirty and a clean condition? This is where the pleomorphic microzyma come in. If you make their environment inside of you messed up, they're gonna do something to correct it. And if they get an overwhelming signal that it's the disease tissue, whatever caused it, let's say it's a toxin or inflammation or something, this just gets overwhelming, too much, and you don't have the minerals, you don't have the things that you need to repair it, you don't have the essential nutrients needed for your body to be able to heal itself. Then the pleomorphic microzyma say, okay, this is a time for decomposition, basically. And you can correct that. You can right the ship so it tries to maintain the healthy environment again. But that's where like a homeopathic comes in, where the like cures like when it comes to the symptoms. This is like the key of everything, is what Béchamp talked about. All right, it says like a dirty and a clean condition, and just as much under our control. Correct. Or rather, as the reactions of kindly nature against the conditions in which we have placed ourselves. I was brought up to believe that smallpox, for instance, was a thing of which there was once a first specimen in the world, which went on propagating itself in a perpetual chain of descent, just as there was a first dog or a first pair of dogs, and that smallpox would not begin itself any more than a new dog would begin without there having been a parent dog. Since then, I have seen with my own eyes and smelled with my own nose smallpox growing up in first specimens, either in closed rooms or in overcrowded wards, where it could not by any possibility have been caught, but must have begun. It's a process, and they label it and they say it's this thing over here that you can't see, and then this is your shot. I have seen diseases begin, grow up, and turn into one another. Now, dogs do not turn into cats. I have seen, for instance, with a little overcrowding, continued fever grow up, and with a little more, typhoid fever. This is the next phase of the illness because your body's not able to fix itself because it's not getting what it needs. Typhoid fever, and with a little more, typhus. What happened in Buchenwald? What happened in Auschwitz? What happened in all those when they couldn't feed the people, when the malnourishment occurred? What did they say they died of? Oh, it's a bug. It's a bug that does it. It's a bug. It's a bug. couldn't have been the malnourishment, right? Even if it was an insect, you would have been stronger than that whatever bite. All in the same ward or hut. They had fever in the same ward, then typhoid, and then typhus, because these names are meaningless. It's a process of further and further illness. Would it not be far better, truer, and more practical if we looked upon diseases in this light? For diseases, as all experience shows, are adjectives, not nouns substantiatives. True nursing ignores infection except to prevent it. Cleanliness and fresh air from open windows with unremitting attention to the patient are the only defense a true nurse either asks or needs. Wise and humane management of the patients is the best safeguard against infection. The greater part of nursing consists of preserving cleanliness. The specific disease doctrine is the grand refuge of weak, uncultured, unstable minds, such as now rule in the medical profession. There are no specific diseases, there are specific disease conditions. And yet, Pasteur, 17 years later, through the Masonic, network and direct interest by the Rothschild banking family, rose to the top with his bullshit so that they could destroy what first? Well, what's pasteurization? Milk, raw milk. That was really a big deal for that Rothschild guy. He sure as hell didn't want us having that. And everything else, germ theory. Yeah, with new injections for everybody. We can put whatever the hell we want in, whatever kind of pus and disgusting bullshit from a cow or whatever else we want to put in here. Some kind of serum. You can inject it into people and then just watch. Let's see what that did to them. This is the same kind of shit that they were doing 5,000 years ago in that cult, playing pharmakia with adder's venom and all kinds of stuff. Here, let's poison this person and watch in delight as they writhe in pain and die. And that's your guy right there. This happy gentleman right here who has a lot of, he well at least has one. The communists all have their hand in their shirt too, as do all other hidden hand brothers.
Of germ theory has been questioned ever since its inception in the 19th century. However, because of the COVID-19 fraud, it has come under wider scrutiny, with millions of people now aware of its shaky foundations. And amongst this has been the debate surrounding the legendary nurse Florence Nightingale, who lived from 1820 to 1910.
Man, 90 years old. She might have known what she was doing a little bit there, eh?
Some have said that she rejected the germ hypothesis, while establishment sources are now claiming she eventually embraced it. There's only one way to settle this, and it's by examining Nightingale's source publications. Get ready for some twists in the story, and I'm sure you will appreciate why the implications are so important for our present time. For it is nature that cures, not the physician or nurse. Florence Nightingale.
What's interesting is that they go to the Florence Nightingale, but do they? Does anybody ever talk about Béchamp? Does anybody ever talk about Béchamp? The answer is to the what. If not this, then what? Is explained in the same era as Pasteur.
1882. As I indicated in the introduction, the best way to appreciate someone's work is to go directly to their publications. However, before we do that, I will briefly discuss the background of the woman herself. Florence
Do you have to smile as you're talking?
Nightingale, who became famously known as the Lady with the Lamp, was a seemingly unlikely nurse. Born into a wealthy British family in 1820, she resided in lavish estates such as Embley Park in Hampshire. While her position in the upper echelon of society was assured, and she had eager suitors, the young Florence had a different path in mind. Unusually for the time, her father, William Nightingale, devoted himself to the education of Florence and her older sister. Florence showed a great ability and became well versed in the humanities and mathematics. Against her family's wishes, she went into nursing and then rose to fame during the Crimean War. It was here that she developed the hygiene practices and improvements in care that were said to have saved thousands of lives. In 1859, at the age of 39, Nightingale published Notes on Nursing, What It Is and What It Is Not, a book of about 80 pages. It was aimed as much at female homemakers as it was at professional nurses. She wrote in the preface that the book provided hints for thought to women who have personal charge of the health of others. Every woman, or at least almost every woman in England, has, at one time or another of her life, charge of the personal health of somebody, whether child or invalid. In other words, every woman is a nurse. She lamented the problem of outsourcing health to professionals, such as doctors, and believed that each adult should take responsibility for the health in their household. Neither mothers of families of any class, nor schoolmistresses of any class, nor nurses of children, nor nurses of hospitals are taught anything about those laws which God has assigned to the relations of our bodies with the world in which He has put them. In other words, the laws which make these bodies, into which He has put our minds, healthy or unhealthy organs of those minds, are all but unlearnt. Not but that these laws, the laws of life, are in a certain measure understood, but not even mothers think it worth their while to study them, to study how to give their children healthy existences. They call it medical or physiological knowledge, fit only for doctors. Following on from this, she pointed out the misconception that medical interventions are superior to anything that could be done at home. So deep-rooted and universal is the conviction that to give medicine is to be doing something, or rather everything. To give air, warmth, cleanliness, etc. is to do nothing. This is certainly something that is even worse today, with a population trained to believe that a doctor can correct most of their health issues. John Rappaport has reported on the present situation, where he asked how many Americans, adults and children, visit a doctor at least once a year. The answer, 284 million. We now also live in a time when there is said to be thousands of specific diseases. However, even in the mid-1800s, when there were far less diagnoses in the books, Nightingale questioned whether the classification system was legitimate. Is it not living in a continual mistake to look upon diseases, as we do now, as separate entities, which must exist, like cats and dogs, instead of looking upon them as conditions, like a dirty and a clean condition, and just as much under our own control? Those that are familiar with Dr. Ulrich Williams will know that he also came to this same realization, and his work, in turn, influenced me. As I wrote in the foreword to Terrain Therapy, for most of these disease entities, the allopathic system postulates a single cause and a specific treatment protocol. Dr. Williams saw the folly of treating people this way. There are no specific entities as such. There are only the manifested symptoms and conditions of the body.
You know, Dr. Glidden came to this on his own, and yet it's funny. He's written 3 books, and I just find it odd that everybody seems like they're like isolated from one another. You would think, and I'm just gonna leave it at that they would know each other or of each other.
I'm not aware of any references that Ulrich Williams made to Florence Nightingale, but if he did not read her work, he was certainly on a similar frequency. He described how the body slips into a state of dis-ease rather than being attacked by a disease, and the effects that are witnessed are healing crises. A century earlier, Florence Nightingale wrote, "Shall we begin by taking it as a general principle that all disease, at some period or other of its course, is more or less a reparative process, not necessarily accompanied with suffering, an effort of nature to remedy a process of poisoning or of decay which has taken place weeks, months, sometimes years beforehand?" It is also remarkable to observe the similarities between the nurse and the physician when we appreciate what they said about the ignorance of nature's ability to heal. Nightingale wrote, The reparative process which nature has instituted and which we call disease has been hindered by some want of knowledge or attention. And
That would be the nutrients that you need to keep your body strong so that it can not only eject toxins when it has it or prevent toxic buildup, but also prevent bacterial infections and all these other things. Outside and inside, running clean. Well, I should say outside, intrusion being kept at bay, because even if it comes in, it's not in an environment. It requires a type of an environment where there's something there for it. So if a bad bacteria or whatever you want to call it comes in into a clean environment, there's nothing's going to happen anyway. But if there is something that's compromised, or it's a cesspool of toxins, hey, it probably didn't even come from the out. It probably was happening from within, because the environment or the condition, the appearance of the thing creates the, what do you call it, the ecosystem necessary for those other things to be around. So if you don't have food out for something, it doesn't come around to look for food. But if you have a bunch of toxins and there's bacteria that love that toxin, and their secretions are just as poisonous or more, then that's going to cause more problems in the body. And if you don't have a regulatory system in place of nutrients to keep your body strong, you're not going to be able to correct it through the natural process of the body healing itself.
Or in all of these things, and pain, suffering, or interruption of the whole process sets in. Dr. Ulrich Williams wrote, "Those who are ill and wish to get well can do so, most of them subject to one absolute condition, that they think, eat, and act aright, and cooperate loyally with nature's efforts to heal." So now that we have some idea of the way Nightingale thought, we can address the issue of whether she lent support to germ theory, or more accurately, the germ hypothesis. Keep in mind that she lived in the time of Louis Pasteur. And
great postulates. Actually, would have been better if you followed them yourself, bro, because you harmed and killed a lot of people with that tuberculin. You said, no, you have to isolate this. You have to, if you want to prove that this thing is a cause of disease, you have to isolate it, and this is how you actually truly isolate something. Then you have to, put that in a healthy specimen, and the exact same symptoms have to occur, meaning it has to be given the same disease as the other thing. But no one has ever made the first part. They never, because there's nothing to isolate. So for him to come up with tuberculin, he lied. He's a liar.
Cook. She would have been just over 40 years of age in 1861 when Pasteur coined the term germ theory.
Yeah, but where's your talk about Béchamp, who's also working and had already disproven germ theory prior to Louis Pasteur's public proclamation?
However, our research could not find any evidence that these famous germ promoters had any significant influence on Nightingale. So one may ask the question, why she is listed with both Pasteur and Koch on Wikipedia's entry titled Germ Theory's Key 19th Century Figures. Here we find the claim that the following sentence indicates her support for germ theory.
Bullshit.
Always have chlorinated soda for nurses to wash their hands, especially after dressing or handling a suspicious case. It may destroy germs at the expense of the cuticle, but if it takes off the cuticle, it must be bad for the germs. However, there's a major problem with this quote. Someone has very deceptively cut off the end of the original sentence. The source for this quote is Dr. Richard Quain's A Dictionary of Medicine, published in 1882, and the sentence is finished by, said the same surgeon. In other words, Nightingale is quoting someone else. They are not her own words. We will come to more deception from mainstream sources soon, but first let's continue to study more of what is written in Notes on Nursing. Nightingale does not blame germs for disease epidemics in 1800s.
She's smart. She blames the Jews.
But correctly identifies that water sources were polluted by human effluent.
Right. You're in a shitty, toxic environment, and you have a weakened immune system, well, whatever you want to call that, a weakened, if they want to call it terrain, a vital force would be a nice way to say it, or your shields, your magnetic field, your aura. You don't have what you need for your body to go through the processes that it needs to keep itself healthy and constant renewal. And then you introduce it to an environment of filth, and then someone comes around with dollar signs in their eyes and a eugenics background because they're Kabbalistic Masons, and they say to themselves, there's a double whammy here. I'm going to get paid, and I'm going to kill some fucking plebs. So, yeah, it's a virus. Which one? It's that unicorn over there. Don't worry about it. We got a shot for it.
Microbes may be present in contaminated water, but they are not the cause of the contamination. Similarly, she points out...
Hold on a second. I think I heard something. Let me just take a look. Let me also do this. Let me put myself in the thing. Oops, wrong one. I screwed up. Okay, no. Actually, I'm almost wondering if they suspended it. They may have. Oh, Reliable is in here. What's up, buddy? I think that's from tonight, right? Or was that from yesterday? Yeah, it's FTJ Media. He got the link in there. Are you over on the others too? Oh shit! Now I gotta find the one I was on. Son of a beanbag. Oh, there she is. All right. I am going to go check on my daughter is having a friend over, and then she's going to. We went to the water park today. We had a really good time. It was a good time. Good time. I'll be back in just a second.
That people getting sick in clusters does not equate to contagion. In the following example, she explained that shared environmental conditions are what the cases have in common. I have known 3 maids who slept in the same room ill of scarlet fever. How catching it is was of course the remark. One look at the room, one smell of the room was quite enough. It was no longer, quote, unaccountable. With regard to the man-made theories about what makes us ill, she remarked, but what you think or what I think matters little. Let us see what God thinks of them. God always justifies his ways. While we are thinking, he has been teaching. In Notes on Nursing, Nightingale puts the word infection in quotes. I suspect, like us, she accepts the original definition of the word, which meant contamination, and derived from the Latin inficere, meaning to spoil or to stain. The original definition had nothing to do with supposedly contagious microbes or an externally transmissible agent. Following on from this, she expresses concern over the commonly held notion that an unwell patient was a danger to others. She wrote, does not the popular idea of, quote, infection involve that people should take greater care of themselves than of the patient? That, for instance, it is safer not to be too much with the patient, not to attend too much to his wants. She pointed out the baseless and cruel practice of quarantining people or excluding them from society as second-class citizens. Sounds a bit like the COVID-19 era.
So you basically said this is going to be like, well, it's almost like, you probably don't see it like this, the 2 different classes of people. If you're vaccinated or if you're unvaccinated, you have all these rights. If you are vaccinated...
That is what it is. So, yep.
Nightingale questioned how the mainstream system explained the origins of an allegedly viral disease such as smallpox. I was brought up, both by scientific men and ignorant women, distinctly to believe that smallpox, for instance, was a thing of which there was once a first specimen in the world, which went on propagating itself in a perpetual chain of descent, just as much as that there was a first dog or a first pair of dogs, and that smallpox would not begin itself any more than a new dog would begin without there having been a parent dog. Nightingale then goes on to describe how cases of smallpox started in hospital wards, where there could not be any possibility of it being, quote, caught, But the problem certainly started in these wards, and she pointed to the conditions as the culprit. If the terrain was compromised, then the disease would appear de novo, from within the individual. With regard to the idea that childhood diseases were part and parcel of human life, Nightingale dismissed this as nothing more than an opinion that ignored the laws for preserving health. Again, this was echoed last century by Ulrich Williams, who said, "Few indeed of the childish ailments and illnesses are unavoidable. They are mostly the direct consequence of wrong thinking, wrong feeding, and mistakes in general supervision, and are therefore a reflection upon the mother's methods. Chickenpox, measles, whooping cough, diphtheria are not diseases of childhood. They are disorders of ignorance and mismanagement." This is often a hard concept for a parent to accept, but I can say that the change in mindset benefited the health of my own children greatly. It involves letting go of the idea that it is a rogue germ or bad luck or someone else's fault when your child is unwell. Instead, you start paying real attention to their diet, water sources, education, social interactions, and spiritual well-being. Nightingale had a huge emphasis on hygiene and frequently described the poor state of cleanliness in many houses. She believed that bedding was typically overlooked and people were far too superficial in their cleaning efforts, allowing mattresses and other objects to become unhealthy. If you consider that an adult in health exhales by the lungs and skin in the 24 hours 3 pints at least of moisture loaded with organic matter ready to enter into putrefaction, in sickness the quantity is often greatly increased. The quality is always more noxious. Just ask yourself next, where does all this moisture go to? Chiefly into the bedding, because it cannot go anywhere else. Similarly, she identified musty carpets and curtains as another source of ill health, lamenting that while knowledge was building in many areas of science and technology, there was little education when it came to maintaining a healthy home. She said that the solution to a healthy home started with its design, and the key factors were dryness, circulation of air, warmth, and light. However, all too often these basics were overlooked, as people were led to believe in distractions such as the budding germ theory. Ill-informed medical men aid in sustaining the delusion by laying the blame on, quote, current contagions. Nightingale emphasised the poor cleaning and hygiene practices in most households, even wealthier ones, creating blind spots that could result in disease. She noted that regular dusting was useless, if not harmful, and remarked, "The only way I know to remove dust, the plague of all lovers of fresh air, is to wipe everything with a damp cloth." She also said, "Windows are made to open, doors are made to shut," a truth which seems extremely difficult of apprehension. However, Nightingale observed the problem of poor drainage, and at that time the accumulation of dung heaps adjacent to homes. If windows were opened, the foul air would come in. So many people elected to keep their homes permanently closed up. These days the dung heaps are gone.
Stagnant air, but the outdoors wasn't an option either. That's you're being immersed in an environment of toxins.
But we have new sources of foul air, which can also lead to compromised ventilation. There is a further attempt to connect Florence Nightingale to germ theory in her Wikipedia entry, which states, though Nightingale is sometimes said to have denied the theory of infection for her entire life, a 2008 biography disagrees, saying that she was simply opposed to a precursor of germ theory known as contagianism. This theory held that diseases could only be transmitted by touch. Before the experiments of the mid-1860s by Pasteur and Lister, hardly anyone took germ theory seriously. Even afterwards, many medical practitioners were unconvinced.
But it's a good thing there's an awful lot of money to be thrown at it.
The 2008 biography by Mark Bostridge states, "It is hardly surprising then to find that Florence opposed the new germ theory, or perhaps one should say germ theories, given the bewildering number of views about what disease germs were that proliferated in the period following the pioneering work of Pasteur, Lister, and others in the 1860s. It was, after
They don't talk about how many people Lister killed, right? The surgery was a success, but the patient died. That was a joke for Lister.
to be another 15 years before Robert Koch's landmark paper, The Etiology of Traumatic Infectious Diseases, appeared in 1879, finally confirming that germs cause disease. Evidence in the form of a chapter that Florence wrote in the late 1870s.
So, by that rationale, so too do firemen cause fires, because you always see them whenever there's a fire.
For Quain's Medical Dictionary, first published in 1882, in which she urges nurses to use antiseptic precautions, the use of chemicals against germs, suggests that it was at about this time that she came to accept germ theory. Firstly, this highlights how the author is completely out of his depth scientifically, as he simply parrots claims surrounding figures such as Robert Koch. Koch never demonstrated the pathogenicity of any microbes and was not able to fulfill his own postulates that were introduced in the 1880s. You can watch our presentations covering his work for more details, and I would
Yep, see that? See the tuberculosis? Told you. Killed a bunch of people with that.
also recommend the resources at virology.com for extensive dissections of both Koch's and
Virology.
Pasteur's
I like it.
publications. Suffice to say here, Bostridge's claim that germs were confirmed to cause disease stems from misinterpretation and scientific fraud. Secondly, the use of antiseptic compounds does not imply the acceptance of germ theory. The terms antiseptic and disinfectant can refer to the same compounds, but with a difference in their intended use. Antiseptic meaning applied to living tissue, and disinfectant meaning applied to inanimate objects and surfaces. The use of either does not equate to an acceptance that germs are the cause of disease. For example, my husband Mark uses some, quote, disinfectants, such as hydrogen peroxide, to clean home brewing equipment. In any case, we don't like to leave any stone unturned in our research and make it our business to consult the source material ourselves. So back to the 1882 edition of Quain's Dictionary of Medicine, and here is what Nightingale actually said. Cleanliness, clean air, clean water, clean surroundings, and a fresh atmosphere everywhere are the true safeguards against, quote, infection, not segregation by walls and divisions. You cannot lock in or lock out the infectious poison. You cannot wall out infection. You can air it out, diffuse it, and clean it away. This does not sound like a supporter of germ theory, and in case it wasn't clear enough, Nightingale goes on to write, infectious hospitals and wards, whether necessary or not, are not a part of hygiene, and the doctrine of, quote, disease germs in the sense in which it may lead to considering infection inevitable must not be taught as a principle of sanitary nursing. That there is no such thing as inevitable infection is the first axiom of nursing. All disinfectants are more or less a mystic rite, as a great surgeon said.
And if you have 5 people walking through a toxic environment together, not all 5 of them get ill. Why? They had a stronger composition than the ones that did fall ill because it didn't take much to tip them off balance. And therein lies the reason why they attack nutrients. This is the reason why they tried to destroy and pretty much were successful with destroying raw milk and utilizing pesticides and herbicides and all kinds of things on crops and all the other poisons and the poison food that's in your grocery store. There's not a lot of things in the grocery store that aren't toxic, that aren't poisons. And they give you that instead of nutrients. Or they fabricate. They manufacture the vitamins, and it's all a pharmaceutical product more so than a whole food. So now you're not getting the minerals because of what they sprayed on the crops before they came into fruition, before they were able to grow. You're not going to get the microbes to be able to transfer the minerals in a usable form to the plant, and it's not going to process through the plant so that it's bioavailable to you. And this was done on purpose, quite deliberately. So people say, well, I've got this, I got this, I got that, the other. The soil's depleted. The method that they use is very deliberate. So in this world, not in the natural world that was intended by God or nature or whatever you want to consider it, But in the world that we live in now, this artificial environment, supplementation is necessary because of the deliberate effort being made to keep the things that keep you alive out of your food, to keep you healthy out of the food that you take.
And what about the issue of vaccination? During Nightingale's time, there were far less vaccines being administered to the public, but she wrote the following in Notes on Nursing. If a neighbour's child is seized with smallpox, the first question which occurs is whether it had been vaccinated. No one would undervalue vaccination, but it becomes of doubtful benefit to society when it leads people to look abroad for the source of evils which exist at home. The germ proponents may cite this as damning evidence, but it is clear she qualified the vaccine of, quote, doubtful benefit, with the environmental conditions being more important. Nightingale does mention contagion in her dictionary entry, but it is in the context of, quote, contagious material, which could once again be consistent with the avoidance of disease-ridden biological material rather than germs. You can watch my video, Health Risks of Using Your Cell Phone, where I discuss this in the context of Ignaz Semmelweis and the development of hand washing. I think it is fair to say that overall the 2008 biography and the Wikipedia entries make highly misleading claims to suggest Nightingale had come to accept germ theory. She held a position far closer to the terrain way of thinking and clearly stated that disease built up in individuals through compromised environments and wrong living practices. No germs to blame here. It would also be fitting to finish with one of her quotes, warning the reader about the limitations of increasing laboratory technology, something that is just as relevant now as it was back then. Organic chemistry is useful, as all knowledge is, when we come face to face with nature, but it by no means follows that we should learn in the laboratory any one of the reparative processes going on in disease. Florence Nightingale.
All right, there we go. How's that? Let's move on to the next thing. Got a couple different things to look at here. I don't think we need that one. We just did that. Let's take a look at the peoples. Edward Snowman says, Aloha snack bar. Just catching up. And Irvat says, Aloha snack bar. Edward Snowman says, intro looks like you're making fun memories. Yes, sir. The canyon overlook reminds me of Dead Horse Point. We were in Williams. Williams is, I think they said the north side. I know there's other accesses. There was one spot. I'm getting a headache behind my eye. There was another spot that I remember going when I was traveling back and forth. Maybe been off the 40 or something. But I had a steam train. I remember seeing the steam train and being like, wow, that looks like it's out of a different time. Because it was, obviously, but it was just kind of cool to see a steam train, like, you know. And they had that wasn't in the area that we were at, so I know I must have been at a different side of the canyon before. Spy Hunter says, I have a grandmother that just turned 102 in April. She still drives and weed eats the front yard of her house. That's awesome. And so did Irvat said that's awesome too. It's a blessing for sure, says Spy Hunter. My father lived to 98, says Thomas E. Dwyer. Yeah, I had a great grandfather that lived to 100. It's awesome. And you guys talk to each other. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You want to live as long as you possibly can. No, there's no rush. There's no rush to go someplace else. Besides, you need good people here so that, you know, we can do the work that we got to do here. Yeah, Irvat says, fuck that, I'm going till 169 years young. That's right. You guys are talking to each other, kind of. Oh, you are old and reliable. All right, cool. Sigh. Nice. Irvat says, I haven't been there since the TOS came out, Terms of Service. Yeah, I haven't clicked on it yet. I don't know if you noticed that, but I'm just until something happens. I'm just doing it. TV is shit. Honky tonk, man. You ain't playing blues until you're coughing up blood, says Spy Hunter. I don't look good. All right. That's funny. Let's check out Rumble real quick. I think it's empty. Yep. And I'll check over here real quick. Holy Label's on that side, but he's over there too. Got our whole deuce up in here. There's a lot of people on right now on that side. Fucking Alta's on too. So there's a couple 2-3 things I want. Oh, stop popping up on me, bro. The Organic Act of 1871 mentions municipal corporations. Yeah. Civil Rights Act of 1871. Another horrible thing. Yeah. Yeah, you want to hear about that shit? The act was designed in large part to protect those poor African Americans from Klan violence during Reconstruction. You mean when the Union was occupying the South and started turning illiterate people into judges, and the corruption and the misuse of funds was so outrageous, and horrific acts are being kind of like now, where you go and you rape or murder a white girl, and then the judge just lets you right back out. Yeah, kind of like right now. Kind of like nothing happened in the time in between, as if it was all meaningless. Yeah. So what did the Klan do? They filled a role that was necessary. And they Leo Franked a few people that deserved it. Just the way it is. The justice will be done one way or the other. If the people have to do it, well, good. Then we don't need the justice system. You're fired. Congress followed a Civil Rights Act of 1870 with an 1871 law to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment, which was also misread. Get to that in a second. Constitution, which came to be known as the Third Enforcement Act or the Second Ku Klux Klan Act. They literally called it that. Like the prior year's legislation, the act was designed in large part to protect those poor innocent African Americans from Klan violence. Right. Well, cause and effect, bud. They didn't go around doing the deed of sending them back on boats or putting them in dirt. No. They were just decorating some trees with fucking rapists and murderers and thieves, because also it was like a reclamation type of fucking thing too in the Reconstruction. Yeah, just take whatever you want if the guy's white, as long as he's not a Jew. During Reconstruction, giving those deprived a constitutional right by someone acting under color of law, the right to seek relief in a federal district or circuit court. This part of the legislation was later made a part of the United States Code as 42 USC 1983 and served as the basis for many federal court lawsuits against state and local officials. Wah, wah, wah. So there's that. We were looking at that yesterday. Let's see. Edward Snowman, thank you very much. Some cultures like to fuss and ritualize and wring their hands and cause a scene and experiment and try to do more and not take no for an answer over microbes. Some cultures just embrace the poo in play and childcare and housekeeping and dating and work and everything. Yes. Pajit. What is that aroma you have? Is that... Oh, that's Pajit. From Calvin Klein. Oh, that's hilarious. The people in the rope of justice were right about Leo Frank and the other shit to it. Yeah. Shitiots, sorry. All right. We've got... I thought this was weird. As this is the ongoing cover-up of DDT. Oh, I see. It says, claims that insecticides protect people from disease vectors such as ticks and mosquitoes are based in germ theory dogma and the scientifically unsupported concept of pathogens. Scientifically unsupported concept of pathogens. Examination of the foundational studies has universally revealed that microbes in themselves do not make healthy people sick. Correct. Because why? Because they have the nutrients, the strength in their body to maintain the homeostatic environment, to maintain without the intrusion or the influence, basically, of some other signal in the body. It's not gonna tip the scales. It's not gonna put them off balance. But when those are already in the decline, and you don't realize, usually it can also come across as being low energy as a human being too. But it could just be functions inside your body that aren't up to par with everything that it needs, and then your body adjusts given what it has or what it gets on a normal basis. But if that is also riddled with poison and toxin, like our food is, then you're knocked down more pegs, and then something comes along, another, stress, and it just you're on the ground, and you're sick. Despite these inconvenient facts, in 1945, right? Everything happened in 1945. You know what else happened in 1945? Fluoridated water. Right after this hijacked country went through the effort of destroying what I hope wasn't the last vestige of nationalism in the world for the Jews, specifically, because they declared war on Germany, and they were crying about how they wanted to exterminate all the Germans long before there was a Hitler. Since we did what the bankers wanted us to do, the reward of the American people was poison and mind poison through their water. And what do we get? Hey, polio. Thanks. Spray it all over the kids while they're eating lunch in the park. Yeah, that's great. Great. Yeah, just fog them. Fog them all. What the fuck?
Explain.
What the... That just did it on its own. Despite these inconvenient facts, in 1945, against the advice of investigators who had studied the pharmacology of the compound and found it dangerous for all forms of life. Oh, really? So there was that out there. It wasn't just like an completely corrupt thing where they're like, yeah, should be fine. Spray the kids directly. No, they actually said that, and they still sprayed your kids directly. You've seen the videos. I played them a long time ago. And found it dangerous for all forms of life. DDT was released in the United States and other countries for general use by the public as an insecticide. It was certainly not the last time the safe and effective catch cry would be used to introduce I think it's supposed to be like a catchphrase, to introduce a new product into widespread use amongst the unsuspecting public. Yep, as long as you just buy what they tell you, especially if they say it with eagerness and excitement. This is great. You're so lucky. Look at what we brought to you. Awesome. Sign me up. Let me get some of that. I'm going to stand in line all night. What unfolded subsequently was one of the biggest concealments of mass poisoning and disease outbreaks in known history, using the imaginary polio virus as the familiar cover story. While the use of DDT was eventually banned in most countries, the scandal continues into the present day, with ongoing heavy application in India and Africa. Well, if it's banned anywhere, and it's been banned here, it won't be for long under Trump. He's just going to give them widespread approval without any liability. Trust me. Especially in the wake of it kills ticks, does it? Yeah, sure. Spray the DDT because we just unleashed all those ticks, and then everybody will get polio. Ha! Awesome. which is just a term for we're going to cripple and destroy your nervous system. As if that was not bad enough. It's like you're being sprayed with bug spray, and you're the bug. Yeah? Did you ever take a can of Raid and just go right in your own face? You may not have, but your government has. Every fucking day. As if this was not bad enough, why is the Stockholm Convention acting as an apologist agency in the ongoing deception? Well, because they don't like Indians and they don't like Africans. You can't really blame them for that. It's just when they do it to us that it matters, right? Yes, pharmacy is witchcraft, sir. Says Ervat says the people and the rope. Oh yeah, you said that right. Spy Hunter says here is in Mississippi in Jackson. They just opened a KKK museum. Spy Hunter, was I deleted for was I banned forever off of Floods, or was that just for that day? I know you did it. And I had I had a good reason, even if my methods weren't great. I had good reason for being concerned. You were sold at birth. You ready?
Birth certificates were not documents of life. They were instruments of incorporation. Through them, governments collateralized human beings to fund a global debt system they created and never intended to repay. We did not incur this debt. We were pledged against it. The so-called New World Order was never new. It has been planned, refined, and executed over centuries. Its architects are bloodline families operating above governments, hidden behind banking, religion, medicine, and law. Silence protected them because exposure would have ended their control instantly. The COVID operation was not about health. It was about control. It was a control event. A coordinated global compliance test designed to enforce obedience, inject dependency, and accelerate population reduction. The objective was clear: shrink humanity from billions to a manageable remnant. Pardon me. To understand how this system took root, you only need to go back 152 years. The Organic Act of 1871 was not administrative. It was a hostile takeover. After the Revolutionary War drained the U.S. Treasury, global bankers stepped in with loans that came with conditions. Those conditions allowed infiltration of government, courts, banking, education, medicine, and churches worldwide. Every major war was financed the same way. Bankers funded both sides, controlled the outcome, then collected nations as assets. This is not theory. It is their business model. The Act of 1871 was a treasonous violation of the original Constitution. It dissolved the constitutional republic and replaced it with a corporate entity operating as the United States of America Corp.
Right.
The gold fringe on the flag signaled jurisdictional change. The country was no longer sovereign. It was commercialized. It was commercial. Dr. Jan Halper Hayes has broke this some years back in Britain News, as you may recall, and we've been covering it over the years as well. Common law, rooted in natural and divine law, was replaced with maritime corporate law. Legal language was weaponized. Statutes, policies, mandates, and regulations replaced true law.
Everything got Jewish. Jewish banking.
Consent was presumed. Obedience was enforced. Maritime law is administered through the Bar Association, a foreign corporate registry, not constitutional authority. This is why courts function as debt collection venues, not justice forums. The British Crown and the Vatican sit at the top of this hierarchy, using corporate America as the enforcement arm for global control.
And the British Crown is just a nice way of saying the douchebags out front that the Jewish banking cult of the Bank of England, City of London, allow you to think are in charge.
This structure only works as long as people believe that it is legitimate. And I can tell you many stories of people I know personally that have challenged this within that bar, within that court, and armed with truth, have escaped that tyranny. And that belief now is breaking. This is the Great Awakening, the return to what was always ours, the end of corporate enslavement, and the restoration of human sovereignty. We do not imply.
Well, I'm not sure why they cut that gentleman off, but gee, I wonder if something like this would be a reason to destroy an old world and all of its glory and all of its inspirational architecture. Because aside from that one anomaly in 1853, all of the other American, World's Fairs happened after the Civil War. And that was the turning point. And then 1871, yada yada yada. We were just talking about 1893 in Chicago. It's starting to all come together now, isn't it? Signs that what we're talking about here is correct. And they're onto something. And if we can compel enough people to see it, or show enough people, and they just happen to see it because of their ability to see, to put it together. Maybe that'll be the change. Who knows?
You can't blame any of the administration because they are not a government. They are the United States Corporation. The U.S. government incorporated.
But furthermore, everything, all the way down to your municipality, is a municipal corporation. They're corporations in kind of like a BlackRock umbrella corp of USA Incorporated, where in addition to that which has been implemented by UN and all these other things, World Health Organization, when it comes to climate shit, that has all trickled down to the smallest of the towns too. So too has their desire for getting rid of your ability to defend yourself from said tyranny. So there isn't a stone that you can lift. Remember the whole Jesus thing? Break a piece of wood, lift a stone. Yeah, well, that's where you're going to find a corporation too. That's where you're going to find the hand of the demon.
As a for-profit commercial enterprise in the Legislative Act of February 21st, 1871, 41st Congress, Session 3, Chapter 62, page 419, and chartered a federal company entitled United States, i.e. United States, aka U.S. Incorporated, a commercial agency originally designated as Washington, D.C., in accordance with the so-called 14th Amendment, which the records indicate was never ratified.
Which amendment is that? The 14th? Which one did they just mention about the Civil Rights Act? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they said 14th. Jeez. Funny how everything seems to pivot on that whole 1871 date, huh?
The United States government is a foreign corporation with respect to the state. 19 corpus juris.
This is the Federalists having their victory. The central government, even though it's not really a government now, it's an entity of the banking cult of child killers.
Addendum 541, location of United States. The United States is located in the District of Columbia. Secretary of the Treasury of Puerto Rico was appointed receiver over the bankrupt United States in the reorganization plan number 26.
Why was it bankrupt? Because of the Civil War. What did the banks do? They had two sides fighting each other and demolished the South. And mass murdered in an extinction or extermination campaign many Americans. And then because the fix was in with the people that they had hoisted into office, the handing over of the country was done with great ease after the fact. So they quote unquote bankrupted us. Did you ever hear people say, we still haven't paid back our debt from the Civil War? Really? Because it seems like it was done like that when they enslaved everybody. And people are like, oh, Lincoln freed the slaves. No. No, he enslaved everybody. He didn't free shit anyway. He didn't like black people either. He didn't like anybody. And people say, oh, well, he was going against the banks because he was, making those $5 bill, whatever what the fuck it was, those greenbacks. That's a trope. That's not accurate. It's not the reason why. And he was surrounded by oives, and he grew up in a town full of them, so he may have himself been one. And his name is goddamn Abraham, by the way. And he was beloved, and so was his family by these ois. He was groomed, baby, possibly. When he was supposed to vote in, I think it was Springfield, I don't remember what it was. He was on the second floor. He was supposed to vote against a bill or something for a bank. Because he couldn't go against the bank, he jumped out the fucking window. This is recorded history. But people are like, oh, he was against the banks because of that money thing. No, that's not why he got shot. There's a whole bunch of bullshit around that too, and we're pretty sure that it wasn't even Booth.
1950, Title 5, United States Code, Section 903, Public Law 94-564. The Secretary of the Treasury of Puerto Rico, Title 27, Code of Federal Regulations, Section 251.11. The title, Secretary of the Treasury, is a euphemistic abbreviation of the actual title, Secretary of the Treasury of Puerto Rico. The Internal Revenue Service was incorporated in Delaware, is not a part of the supposed U.S. government, which is...
Hear that, everybody? Stop paying your money to these people. They're just going to give it to the freaking the pet project Jews over in Israel to go kill children. It's not even part of the government. We already knew that, though. It's not listed. And neither is the ATF, because the ATF falls under the IRS. The alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. So if you're telling me the IRS is something that's a foreign held as well, it has absolutely no constitutional jurisdiction, period. What are we doing? Because they'll use their little pew-pews and they'll put you in jail. Well, that more of a reason to come to the terms with the fact that this is a prison and we're just free-range chickens. Because it doesn't matter if the ether wears off and you see it for what it is and you call them out on it. They still have the force of government, whatever that is, government, quote unquote, to do harmful things to you because the rest of the people aren't awake to it. And it's like that adage, right? And like I was saying before, when the force of the many are doing exactly what they're being told and they're consenting and they're obedient to it, it's that much easier for them to force it upon others who are not in agreement with it. They give the weaker-minded people, or whatever you want to call them, I don't know, the common people, I'm not trying to be rude here, I'm just trying to figure out a way to say it. Give the power to them to do it to others because the overwhelming numbers of them handing over their power, handing over their sovereignty, handing over their consent empowers them to enforce upon others because the majority of the people at that point now believe doesn't have to be real as long as they believe in it. Just like a virus, it doesn't have to be real as long as you believe in it. And if they believe in it, they're not going to have a problem with the government coming in and harming you. They're not going to stand up for you.
but a de facto for-profit corporation masquerading as a government. It operates out of Puerto Rico. This is the IRS. It's not registered to do business in any state, is the bookkeeping and debt collection arm of the Secretary of the Treasury of Puerto Rico. They collect for the International Monetary Fund. Everybody who gets up into the administration.
What's the IMF? Oh, that's straight up the Rothschilds. Bank of International Settlements, International Monetary Fund. We've been fucked and we've been had, kids. And you're like, why aren't these roads being fixed? Why are we in debt to them in the first place? Because a bunch of people agreed that that must be true. And why did they agree with that? Because they were their banking agents in governmental positions at the time of the end of the Civil War. If the Civil War ended differently, this probably wouldn't have happened at all. Long live Jefferson Davis, Robert E. Lee.
The Congress, the legislation, all the way down to the local level are corporations, private companies. We are their chattel. We are their inventory. They make money off of us, and you don't even know how deep it goes. And I apologize for my passion about this. But when I found this out, it was the only time that I felt hatred for the evil slime who did this to us.
Right. Fuck the Jews, everybody. That's what FTJ, fuckthejewsmedia.com. Become a GoPro for $5.
In 1871, when the United States became incorporated, they attached our birth certificates to a CUSIP number on the stock exchange, which equals slave trade, and it's done every time a baby is born. There is a bond.
That's why they don't want any home births, especially in California.
Trust account set up, and they trade us on the stock market.
Now think about Robert Scott Bell saying, I don't like this idea of being numbered because of what my people went through. Fucking motherfucker. That was assumed in bullshit, and your children don't have to have a social security number, but the rest of us do, because you're special, because you're the special boys. How much more insulting is it now? Basically, he's saying, because I'm the owner, not the slave. He may as well have just said it to me like that.
And this is all documented, and I know it's shocking. Some of you are hearing this for the very first time, and you're thinking, oh my God, how could they possibly? They go so far.
It's because they're demons, guys, and they rape and eat children. And at any given time, the bigger rug pull, much bigger than Rumble just, deleting our accounts here, is when... Does any of this make sense of why they poison us? Because this is the aftermath. This is the result. The demonic presence won. It won so strongly that it also sent us out to war to die in two wars, massive wars, World War I and World War II. And that wouldn't have been possible. Oh, and the Bolshevik Revolution wouldn't have been possible if they hadn't already conquered us. So we're not in we don't have a blah, blah, blah $1 trillion debt. No, we have a forever debt. Unnamed number, doesn't matter. Everything that we use is an instrument of debt. We utilize their system. You get penalized or killed if you try to go outside of that system and have another way of exchange. And it's never going to end until we end it. And by the way, they owe us. We don't owe them. I've been saying that a while. But this is what controls us right now. This is what the president bows to, because he has to. Because he's just another corporate bullshitter. And he has no power. The fucking banks across the ocean do. And the one here, Federal Reserve, the representation here. But it's Rothschild, it's whatever other families, or you want to call it. For the sake of argument, to make things simple, we'll just call it Rothschild. But IMF and Bank of International Settlements is 100% Rothschild. So, Here we are.
is to
Here we are.
trick us that have you ever been to court and the judge says, do you understand? Don't
Stand
ever
under.
say you do. Say, no, Your Honor, I do not understand. That simple little word doesn't mean what you think it does. You have just given him permission, if you say, yes, I do understand, that you're going to stand under whatever he wants to lay on top of you. The courts are admiralty courts. The judges, the attorneys all belong to the Bar Association. It's still a little bit vague as to what BAR stands for, but we do know the first word is for British. Some people say accredited, some say attorney, and a registry. They do not work for us, we the people. We the people are working for them. We don't need a gold standard. We are the value to the Federal Reserve note. We can give value to our United States currency. The Constitution that they're teaching today, as wonderful as it is to learn about a big portion of it,
But it doesn't apply anymore. We're talking about fond memories of the past. That's the problem with it.
it's not the correct Constitution. It's actually a second Constitution, and that's the one that they wrote when they went incorporated. In 1933, there was the Emergency Banking Act.
There we go.
You've got
We are also enemies of the state. Not only are we slaves, but we're enemies of the state. We're prisoners, guys. Prisoners. The only way that they could steal our gold is if they made us enemies of the state. The second part of the Enemies Act.
the War
Or,
Powers
I'm sorry, the Emergency Banking Act is
Act, Trading with the Enemies Act, and every year
trading with the enemies. There you go. What are the enemies?
the United States corporation masquerading as our supposed government, which is no more than elected officials like a CEO and the stockholders board for AT&T or Microsoft. So you're not voting for a legislation. You're not voting for a representative because each and every one of them are bonded under a United States corporation. There's 37,000 subsidiaries of that corporation.
Geez, almost as much as BlackRock. And also, now when people say, "Well, Palantir is corporate," it's not a governmental thing. Well, first of all, bullshit, because the CIA, the military intelligence, spawned Palantir, but they knew goddamn well that they were going to have to utilize. They would have to go outside the means that they've, and the limitations of government, quote unquote. So what do you do when that happens? Oh, you turn it into a corporation. Now the private sector can do whatever the fuck it wants. For some reason. I don't know why that's also okay. Oh yeah. They don't have to follow nobody has to follow the Bill of Rights because they're not there anymore. It's gone. But if you want people to pretend or you want people to believe that it's still a thing, you just got to put up the act a little bit. And when that act starts to slip, you should be concerned because if they don't care what you think anymore, it's because something really bad's about to end a lot of shit and a lot of lives because they're done with us. Okay. So she says 37,000 subsidiaries. And then we're not even talking about all the surveillance and all that type of shit. That's, Flock is here and Palantir's there and Juriel or whatever. They all have government contracts. You think to yourself, wow, they really gambled. They really took a risk going into business to serve only one customer, because if they served a different customer, they would be considered treasonous and potentially terrorists if they were an American corporation and then worked to build the military of a different country, because that would be considered a threat to us. But the reason why they were able to roll the dice and get those contracts and successfully is because they were created out of the same thing, given a freaking separate, only in our mind only. That's all this is. Palantir is a fucking carp. He's the jester, but he's also a psychopath and probably a sociopath probably homosexual himself. I think he is, actually. And then Peter Thiel. These people are, even though there's no government, they're as much government as anything else is. And this is what we really need to concern ourselves with when it comes to these data centers, when it comes to all this surveillance, when it comes to all this bullshit that we've been watching and witnessing. And the judges, they don't care anymore. And because they don't care, we should all be very concerned, and we should understand that time is of the essence. You speak up now, or you might be silenced forever.
Every agency, when you look it up on Dun & Bradstreet, is listed as a corporation. It is a for-profit private company. And where are their inventory? I feel bad knowing that I've been enslaved all this time. And I'm sorry for the people during the civil rights, all the wonderful ones who were already in slavery and they thought they were freed. We've all been in this boat together, and people need to really wake up, and we need to hold these corporate...
What do I say? When everybody's like yelling groid or digger or something like that over on Omegle to a 5-year-old. I say this very thing. This is a mankind problem that requires a mankind solution. And yes, it would be pretty stupid for all of us prisoners to start fighting amongst each other when we have a common enemy fucking us all. The warden is gonna have a delightful is gonna be delighted watching us kill each other in the mess hall. He can watch that from his desk on his monitor. What the fuck is the point of that? If you want an Attica, if you want an Attica rally, make it an America rally. Point your aggression at the right fucking source. Don't just say the Jews are the problem and then fucking bitch about some guy who's irrelevant. That's so fucking stupid. And if any of your neighbors, I'm sure you don't live in a fucking isolated world. I'm sure you have neighbors of all different types. How would they look at you? Would they look at you the same? Would you feel a little bad or ashamed of yourself if they saw what you did online?
Officials feet to the fire and insist the corporation must be dissolved, the Federal Reserve must be banned from this country, and we must...
No, there needs to be like I'm not just talking about tiki torches. I'm talking about we need to death ray that motherfucker. That, the UN, all of it. The CFR. And then we need to go, I think Davos, maybe a good portion of Geneva and maybe the other parts of Switzerland. I don't, is there anything of value there that's allowed, that shouldn't even be allowed to stand? We have Basel for the Bank of International Settlements, the IMF, and of course their personal residences. I didn't say hurt anybody. I just said make them rubble. Make those places rubble. Let them know. Let them know. See if it makes them take a step back and pause for a moment.
Turn our system of judiciary back to a common law.
Yes.
If there's no harm, no loss, there's no crime. And everything else is a way to get you to pay.
Exactly. If there's no victim, there's no crime. If there's no harm done to a person, there's no crime. Cause no harm. It's really simple. You can do whatever the fuck you want, provided it doesn't cause harm to someone else or loss. So when someone says any other bullshit outside of that, they're operating under the color of law. They're policy enforcers for the municipal corporation. And the only reason why they have power is because of the belief that people have in it being legitimate. And if they don't understand where they're supposed to live, because we're 160 years deep into this shit now, well, that's to be expected. It's up to us to educate as many people as we can and make an impact as much as we can. Because here's the thing about the people who are not useful to us is they're not really useful to anybody else either, except for the numbers game. But they're not gonna rally. You might get the Karens and the screamers and shit like that that'll tell you that you're gonna kill grandma, but they're not really gonna be useful to very many people. Not even the other side. Not even to the parasitic vampire. So some of those numbers aren't gonna matter too much. They're not gonna rally to anything. They might bitch and moan, but barking is barking.
Even the court systems are hooked up to the QSIP system. When you get a case number on a court document and you're being charged with something, why do you think they call it a bill or being charged? Because that's exactly what's happening. They set that court number up, and it's attached to the stock exchange too. And from the moment you're arrested or charged, they start trading you on the stock market, swapping you just like they were with the derivatives and the default swaps on the mortgage.
Think about how much of a difference from what we were talking about the other day. The guy was talking about like working at Sears and being able to provide for a family of 3. And now look at what they did, and then think about all the times they tried to extort and exploit and extort, and then pulling you over is just another way of shaking you down for more money and potentially shooting you if you disagree with them. Isn't that something? Think of all the times that you paid a fucking ticket or had something happen between you and your interaction with a police officer where it costs you money, or a court system and it costs you money. How would it be nice to have all that right now? I know I'd have a fucking fortune. So, fuck all those people. The only reason why they have the power to do it to one is because everybody else lets them do it to them. And that's probably one of the reasons why I've had so many altercations with them, because I've never, ever, ever agreed or went along with the fucking thing with these fucking monsters. False authority, laws of man, laws of commerce. It's all bullshit. I was aware of that as a 17-year-old. How much that was bullshit and didn't make any sense to me. And that was called autistic or whatever. Like, really? Because I'm just seeing, I'm not seeing or falling into agreement for the sake of agreeing with everybody else that this is natural. It's not natural. There's something wrong here is what would tell people. So this isn't right. Oh, you're opposite. Then you're oppositionally defiant. You're odd. You're odd. Oppositional defiance syndrome disorder, right? You're odd. Yeah, real odd. I'm an odd fellow, but not the odd fellows.
And that's a whole nother thing. We all know that's coming out in the mainstream media. Federal Reserve is meeting on November 2nd, the same day as elections.
Blow them up!
All I can say is wait for the sky to fall, because...
wait for the sky to fall. And by the way, 4th of July is the day that they said, because they're so good at precisely figuring out how much gas people are going to use from now and then, and how much gas they're going to have, and yada yada. And that won't happen on July 3rd. It won't happen on July 5th. But on July 4th is when there's be no more fuel. So they're just basically telling you that you better be ready for us to fuck you even harder as we close the chapter of America Incorporated here, because the Jews already sucked everything out that they wanted, and now they're going to fucking torch the fucking place and make all of America just one big data center fucking field, and everybody's going to die. Nestle even said so, because you don't have rights to clean water.
They know their house of cards is tumbling in on top of them.
What's this? Hold on.
In 1860.
This is a little bit different. Who have we got? Gotta love a smoke show. Southern Girl and Daisy Dukes. Confederate as fuck. Oh, I was up here a little bit further. That is why we learned about Archimedes. Yes, for the death ray. Exactly. I'm just trying to put it together. I didn't give you the idea. I was just kind of just talking about other things. You're right, Dan. The Civil War was the turning point. This is Spy Hunter. Of our whole U.S. civilization, Lincoln was not the man that people think he was. Exactly. A good book to read on that is Crimes and Cover-Ups in American Politics by Donald Jeffries, and you can have your other disagreements with Donald Jeffries, but what he talks about with the Civil War and Reconstruction era, I think is worth reading. And he got a lot of that from a different book too. He told me was the inspiration or the reference for that. So, there you go. The South was fucking right. Exactly. Liberia too, all of them. And Christopher Lee Stetler says, all by significant and powerful numbers of Kabbalah. Declared war in 33. Thanks for finding this one. 71 is a multiple of 213 by way of Saturn 3. Saturn is okay. The Saturn as a planet is it's a value of 8. Hold on. Yeah, see? The numerology, Saturn governs the number 8, serving as the karmic taskmaster. Yeah. What is that? Flipping things over into a fucking reset? It symbolizes, or the inversion. So the inversion, as they're turning into a reset. This is what creeps me out about the whole thing, right? Everything's inverted. Well, what does that mean? Well, what happens when you take an hourglass and you turn it like this? Everything gets inverted, and then this fucking time starts again. It symbolizes discipline, right? As in obedience, resilience, and life lessons, right? Which means you better obey, bitch. Rather than being purely destructive, my ass. Saturn delays gratification. He's one of those like guys who likes to get right to like transmutation, yeah. To ensure long-term, hard-earned success. And that's a dirty little bastard. It ultimately rewards persistence and effort. Sure it does, as long as you're a Jew. Who is ruled by Saturn? You are, it says. Fuck you, it says after that. So the August 8th, 8-8 Lionsgate, right? I'll do 8. Lionsgate portal, boom. The Lionsgate portal is highly anticipated annual astrological and numerological event that peaks on August 8th. It represents a spiritual alignment between the Earth, the Sun, and Leo, the Lion. Remember? The star Sirius and Orion's belt. The number 8 symbolizes infinite abundance. No, it symbolizes Saturn, you cocklicker. Let's see. And what does it do? It's literally, they say it's a portal that's opening. And if you bait that portal, let's say there's an entrance to a cave. Like, here's the cave. You see it going, you're looking down, it's dark. And then at the front of the cave, you put what? A cheesecake. Or how about this? How about a bunch of burning children in Lahaina? Whose, by the way, area code was 8-08. 8. You know how you write the dates like 8, and then you do the 08 is the two-digit value for the month. I'm sorry, for the day. So yeah, 808. It was their area code. If you put a bunch of burning children in front of that cave, gee, I wonder what type of thing you'd be attracting out of that portal to come get that food. You didn't put anything nice and sweet there. No, you put burning children. That's a big sacrifice right there. But I keep going. All right, so Lincoln didn't even like his crazy bitch wife. Lincoln was surrounded by Jews. There was some other place I read more about that. You're not going to find that in Crimes and Cover-Ups, but I was looking into his history for some other thing. It might have been for a video a long time ago. But back then I wasn't as wise to the parasite, so I might have overlooked some things. But no, more recently I was like, wait a minute, something doesn't sound right here, and I was like, yep. Once again, surrounded by Jays. There was a Benjamin something or other around Lincoln. Hold on. Lincoln's Jews include. No, they're fucking around with me. They're talking about General Order Number 11, which is what they always point out to say, look, he was after the Jews. Look at what Ulysses S. Grant did. Like, dude, no. The Jews attack Jews all the time. That's not a fucking, that's nothing. That doesn't mean shit to me. Don't try to play that game. Yeah, okay. Benjamin Chappelle. That's not the one I was thinking of, though. All right, I have to say it a different way. They said he was gay, and one of these Jews was his butt boy. Yeah, here's the guy. What's his name? Abraham Jonas, Illinois lawyer, fellow Whig, Republican, and one of Lincoln's closest personal friends. Right, that's the one. Jonas was one of the very first people to suggest Lincoln run for presidency. Gee, I wonder why? Because he was their boy. He had proven himself to the Jew. Issachar Zachary, an English-born podiatrist, that's a foot doctor, who treated Lincoln's chronic foot pain. Zachary became a trusted confidant and an unofficial Union agent spy in the South. Of course he was, because, you know, Jesus Christ. It's like, what's that word that they use for the Mossad, or it's like that Samayan or Semi, whatever. Like that, they could be called into freaking activation at any time. Julius Hammerslow, likely Lincoln's first Jewish friend. Oh, good. He was a young clothing merchant in Springfield, Illinois. Of course he would be a merchant and totally be clothing. That's very Jewish and gay of them. Who attended Lincoln's 1861 inauguration and became the first president of Springfield's synagogue. Hammerslow, or Hammerslough, maybe, supplied the black plums for Lincoln's funeral train. Yeah, plumes. Dr. Charles Lieberman. So he was frauded by him. The list is long, my friends. Rabbi Arnold Fischel, the Rabbi Schneerson of his day, an Orthodox rabbi who successfully petitioned Lincoln to change a law restricting Jew clergymen from serving as military chaplains in the UN Army, leading Lincoln to appoint the nation's first Jewish military chaplain. They really wanted to get in and start killing some fucking Europeans. They're like, change the law. Why was there a law that said that, oh, it's because they're Jewish clergymen? The Jewish clergymen? How about they just say Jewish rabbis? I don't know if you call them clergymen. I think that's kind of insulting. Beyond his immediate circle, Lincoln actively stood up for Jewish rights. Of course he did, most notably by personally overturning Ulysses S. Grant's General Orders Number 11, which had expelled Jews from the military department. So guess what, guys? That General Order Number 11 thing that everybody points to, it was bullshit anyway. It was overturned. Look at where you can read more. You can read more about the historic relationship through Brandeis, as in Louis Brandeis, that fucking literal Frankist Brandeis now. Speaking of Louis Brandeis and all the freaking shit that these people were here. The agents of the Rothschilds were here. They had already conquered and destroyed us in the 60s, the 1860s. This isn't the 250th anniversary of shit. It's already been gone. Brandeis is the mind and the master behind the Balfour Declaration. He was instrumental in making that happen. He was the Rothschild agent, the go-between. Hey, and the first Supreme Court justice who started doing the whole precedence thing rather than look at the law. No, fuck it. As long as we can screw up the law once, then we can just look at the time that we didn't do it by the law and say, hey, look, there's precedence. That's called erosion, kids. What do we got over here? Nothing. It's because I started late. That's what I'm going to blame it on. The ether wears off. Does the ether actually wear off? Depends. I had it I had poked my head out above the smoke before the cloud for about 2 months straight. It was not a good feeling. Thank you to the aid of a certain substance that wasn't supposed to do that and was legal at the time. Holy shit. Very strange because it was a progressive thing. And then it was like, holy crap, I've achieved gnosis and I didn't want to. What the fuck is all this? Yeah, it was a weird day. It was a weird day, for sure. Let's see. Nice. Christopher Lee Stetler says, nice, willfully ignorant, docile, useful, idiotic simpletons, perhaps. Confederate as fuck. Did I just already say all this? No, I said. Edward Snowman says, I just realized the COVID mask is a masquerade of being good. That is actually a mask of social distancing in order to dodge discovery and conceal ugliness, and it has everything to do with cluster B entities biologically masquerading over the predator within, masking as sane so they can blend in with the crowd and move about safely. You know what I find funny? Just going back to that again, it's like, you're about, the lady's 100 pounds overweight. Fat, black, fat, whatever. Doesn't matter. It kind of does, but doesn't do anything to help them. Eats horrible shit, but they'll have that mask on because that's going to save them. And it's just like, why? And I would look at people because I was getting so angry with the compliance, especially when they're yelling at me for not, because that's the only time I would see these people is when I was out and I wasn't going to do what they were doing, and they would get in my face. And I'd be like, what makes you think that there's something about you worth saving? Look at your fucking self. Why are you so special? Why are you so worried about whether or not you survive? Because you don't seem like you're worth the effort. Not to mention the fact that it's all bullshit. But yeah. Understand, submitted, and under authority. Yeah, that says, saying comprehend still keeps your independence and power. Security is a myth, said Spy Hunter. And Christopher Lee Stetler says, N-word, familiar with the cult to the Near East of ancient Rome. They attended slave auctions dressed in black robes with wooden masks to only purchase babies. They then would ritualistically torture the babies to divine the future. No, not familiar. Interesting. Tortured to death, reading the entrails, playing the organs, kind of like draw and quartering. What the fuck? Do you know the name of him, Christopher Lee? Is that a thing? Christopher Lee, like that actor. Encryption, cybersecurity, VPNs, all of this shit equates to nothing but time. Yeah, and the whole VPN thing is a joke too. I always thought that was funny. It's like, you're on their system. They know who the fuck you are. They know where the fuck you are. So lo and behold, like every VPN company is real. Right. How do you break encryption? Time. Forgot the name of Dan. Thought it began with a P. I'll go look it up, see if there's a thing. If there's not, then I'm going to say it was at least it's a good story. Leave the Swiss hockey rinks, says Arvat. St. Bernard's and Swiss Miss Ladies. I'm cool with that. Manhattan Project. Oh, you guys are talking to each other. Now, when we get charged, it could be our personal IP address. What's that called, Dan? IP address? Yeah, I mean, your IP address is better than your social security number. You know, as far as finding you. Spy Hunter says, I'm going scorched earth, and every square inch of this planet will be a data center. Yeah. Archimedes was just a fan of the sunlight. Yes, Archimedes was a badass. Did you see yesterday's Spy Hunter? I wanted to build his death ray. Yeah, well, look, there's a dude on Instagram that has made a death ray that cuts through rock. I mean, that might be a good place to start. You don't even need the convex or the, what they call it, the parabola. But it's like if a spoon is, this is concave, for looking downward, convex is that way. Lincoln was a faggot, he says. Yes, log cutter, says Irvat. Edward Snowman says, were you an oppositional defiant child? Or was the adult being in opposition to the defiant parent? Right. Are you in a rule of compliance or unawareness, and then you just having to point out the little things and like, what's wrong with you? Christopher Lee Stetler says, cool on the 8 line. Kabbalah, Tree of Life, it is 383 equals murder, always nipping at our heels. They are. Find it interesting that Dr. Glidden's effectiveness rate is 86, actually. It's 86%. To me, it reinforces the obvious, to you and I, at least, that pharma is murdering us, absolutely. Out of the 10,000 or how many they did a study on, 86% got results simply from getting the nutrients that they needed, because that's where it all starts. Other people were fucked up too bad from there, from, whatever toxins they had or whatnot inside them. Niggers need Liberia. Lots of people need it. I don't like it, a lot of people. And if by Liberia, I mean like drowning them slowly in a bathtub. I'm just kidding. Let's throw this one up real quick. Because, let's see. Well, first, this might be bullshit. This might be one of those apologetic things. Let's see. Let me read this. Oh, okay. No, this looks like it's right. All right, we're good. I saw Groids. I was like, they're going to be sympathetic to the Groid, aren't they?
The 14th Amendment was ratified, ending slavery by giving all Americans...
No, they didn't. You're wrong already. They didn't end shit. I gotta get up. Let's do a little, where did dude go? I don't want to do that one. I don't want to do that one. We already know viruses don't exist. Exploding the Spanish flu myth. Let's put a little bit of this time in here. Because this is the one that everybody points back to. Like, well, what about this? Like, no, that's the exact time that they prove that contagion isn't a thing.
The Health Freedom Defense Fund published the article, Exploding the Spanish Flu Myth. This is the video version of the essay, and in the description you will find my other Health Freedom Defense Fund videos. You can find out ways to support their work by going to healthfreedomdefense.org. George Orwell. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. George Orwell.
Okay, I have to say this because not enough people point this out, and it should be pointed out every single time someone mentions this guy's name or one of his quotes or his book. He was one of them. He wasn't warning you. He was laying out a blueprint. He wasn't sad. He was hopeful. He was a dick. He was not on your side. He was part of like the fancy belt hole societies, the royal shitheads. He was on in their circle. He was not one of us. So, yeah, everybody who goes, and he wasn't that old. I don't know why he looks so old in his fucking pictures. He died kind of young. Anyway. And then same deal with, obviously, Huxley in the Brave New World. Right? Or H.G. Wells. And all his bullshit. They were all blueprinting this very thing. And in their time, what they knew, we didn't know, is that their Jewish banking cult Kabbalistic buddies had already taken over America. They were developing all these plans because cool, we own it now. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna do it? What are we gonna do with them? I know, said a guy named Kalergi. Let's flood him with a bunch of groids. Let's use a bioweapon to destroy all of Europe and America. Let's do it.
1984. Type Spanish flu pandemic of 1918 into any search engine or head to your local library to research historical references on the topic, and you'll inevitably and universally get a story that goes something like this. The Spanish flu pandemic of 1918 to 1919 was the deadliest pandemic in world history, infecting some 500 million people across the globe, roughly 1/3 of the population, and causing up to 50 million deaths, including some 650,000 deaths in the United States alone. The disease, caused by a new variant of the influenza virus, was spread in part by troop movements during World War I. With no vaccines or effective treatments, the pandemic caused massive social disruption. Schools, theatres, churches and businesses were forced to close. Citizens were ordered to wear masks and bodies piled up in makeshift morgues before the virus ended its deadly worldwide march in early 1920. Conventional explanations found in the standard literature are perfunctory, uniform, and lacking in forensic analysis of causal factors for this cataclysmic historical event. The story of an alleged pathogen sweeping across the globe and causing a mass death event has been ingrained in the public psyche through generational repetition and is now uncritically accepted despite numerous inexplicable anomalies in the official narrative. When looked at without pre-establishment sentiments, the entire story of this cataclysmic health catastrophe being caused by some microscopic superbug seems rather unreasonable. When looked at in the context of the devastation produced by World War I, with a backdrop of a nascent pharmaceutical chemical industry in search of its raison d'etre, this seminal human catastrophe develops a logical coherence that defies the standard assumptions of infectious disease. This rapidly expanding scientific and medical industry, being assembled by the wealthiest men in the world, stood in direct opposition to research that investigated the relationship of social factors to health and disease. Instead, resources would be focused only on chemistry, pathology, bacteriology, physiology, and pharmacology, ignoring the impact of the mental, emotional, social, economic, and physical environment on disease and health. The conditions of World War I. The trench was a horrible sight. The dead were stretched out on one side, one on top of each other 6 feet high. I thought at the time I should never get the peculiar disgusting smell of the vapour of warm human blood heated by the sun out of my nostrils. I would rather have smelt gas 100 times. I can never describe that faint, sickening, horrible smell which several times nearly knocked me up altogether. British Captain Leahem. Fighting in World War I went from July 1914 to November 1918 and took place throughout Europe, the Middle East, Africa, the Pacific, and parts of Asia, resulting in one of the deadliest wars in history. Multiple distinguishing and brutal features of World War I turned the conditions of everyday life into an environment where death, destruction, and rampant illness became normal features of life for millions of people, particularly for the young men involved in the violent battles. A distinctive characteristic of World War I was the extensive use of animals such as horses, mules, and camels. Getting such a large number of animals to the battlefield entailed a colossal project of logistics and mass transport. The US alone transported around 1 million animals across the Atlantic Ocean in boats with horrible ventilation. These animals were travelling long distances in a high humidity environment and were malnourished. Many perished from the rigours and deprivations of this long-distance maritime journey. The death of the animals during transport would become known as the shipping flu. Troops that were being transported on the same ships were suffering from the same stressful and unsanitary conditions. Another distinguishing and severe feature of World War I was trench warfare, in which soldiers lived their lives in a world of mud, death, and despair. Soldiers in the trenches lived in a constantly cold and damp environment, eating canned food and drinking dirty water to survive. The trenches themselves were unsanitary trash dumps of ammunition boxes, empty cartridges.
You know, they probably didn't have to be that bad of conditions, but they want you to die. They just want mass casualties. There's no sides, right? And the more they can throw at them, if they need more, great. Draft more over there. Kill more Americans. Kill more Europeans. Who cares? It's a banking war. It's all about the delight of the sacrifice.
Soiled bandages, shrapnel balls, bone fragments, and the assorted detritus of war. Soldiers fighting.
That sucks though. Like being in a trench with a bunch of decomposing bodies of your friends. Pieces of them. Cut and splattered everywhere. Isn't that nice? What a great place that Jews have put us in. What wasn't like this when you just went out on the battlefield and chopped off some limbs and called it a day? And after a while, you know, our people were like, okay, well, the battle was won, and we're not going to punish you further. In fact, we're going to be kind to you. And if you can rehabilitate and be cool, you can stay. And everybody's like, yeah, awesome, cool. To this shit.
In close proximity in these unsanitary conditions were commonly subject to diseases such as dysentery, cholera, and typhoid fever. Soldiers in the trenches were plagued.
Why was that, you say? Because of dirty ass environments and fucking malnutrition? Right, must have been a virus. Had to be.
By sore throats, colds, flu.
You know how stupid a doctor is? It must have been that decomposing body that had the virus.
Lice-infested clothing which caused trench fever and typhus, and suffered from exhaustion and sores.
See, they just said that there was the lice that did that? No. No, it was the lice that did that because the people were weakened, maybe. And something that would normally not survive was transferred from the lice, but not something that would naturally not be transferred from the lice because you'd be stronger than that because your God's not stupid. He didn't make you allergic or susceptible to shit in nature if you have everything else that you need in order to keep your body moving.
As regular aspects of their lives, effectively trapped in the trenches for long periods of time under nearly constant bombardment, many soldiers suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. The soldiers' physical and mental health were severely impacted by these conditions.
Well, actually, they had shell shock because that PTSD didn't come around until later as a term.
While medical facilities were far from the front lines and mental health support was non-existent. The devastating effects of the war on the human psyche and body would create conditions.
See what I mean about BitChute and having shitty resolution? Instead of just, using some of the money that Ray gets for his fucking servers every month to make it so that they could handle larger files, no, degrade it all for everybody. That's what Brighteon does too. It's like 540p. So, what the fuck is that?
Which would foster immediate and lasting breakdown of all facets of the human condition. The trenches on the Western Front would become poisonous pits as soldiers fell victim to gas attacks as early as 1915. Chemical gas warfare. When the gas attack was over and the all clear was sounded, I decided to go out for a breath of fresh air and see what was happening, but I could hardly believe my eyes when I looked along the bank. The bank was absolutely covered with bodies of gassed men. Must have been over 1,000 of them. And down in the stream, a little bit further along the canal bank, the stream there was also full of bodies as well. British sapper, Lyndon Payne. Perhaps sitting at the top of the list of overwhelming assaults on biological and environmental.
The Jews will provide whatever you need to kill each other with. And gas is, sufficient. So is all other types of bioweapons. He'll give you whatever you want if you're going to go kill yourselves or others that look like you with it. Abso-fucking-lutely. Here, they might even. I know it's hard to get a deal from them, but if you buy in quantity, maybe, just maybe, you'll get a deal on it. Unless you're a government, then you'd pay in quadruple.
Systems pertaining to World War I was the radical new chemical warfare that was used extensively by all forces in the European war theatre. The following excerpts came from the Leavenworth Papers, Chemical Warfare in World War I, The American Experience, 1917 to 1918. The war gases and chemicals were grouped according to their effects on the human body. The most widely used by both sides, the one that had the most harmful and deadly effects, was mustard gas. It was said to be responsible for 1,205,655 non-fatal injuries and 91,198 deaths. Strictly speaking, mustard gas is not a gas, but a liquid, which slowly evaporates at normal ambient temperatures. The person felt no discomfort when exposed to the gas, but hours later would experience choking, severe burning, and mucosal blistering. Mustard gas penetrated all types of protective clothing and was remarkably persistent over time in the environment, soil, leaves, and grasses. With the use of heavy artillery, soldiers didn't have to rely on the direction of the wind to deliver the payload correctly or rely on direct hits to be effective. For example, in May 1916, they began to use shells filled with diphosgene, a strong lung irritant. By July 1917, both sides were using 3 different mixtures of phosgene, diphosgene and diphenylchlorothene, a chlorine powder laced with arsenic dust. In field trials, arsenic powder proved extremely effective because it penetrated all types of filters used in the rudimentary masks. But it was the yellow cross, aka mustard gas, that gave the Germans a distinct advantage in chemical warfare. When mustard gas was coupled with explosives, it spread over wide areas and remained airborne for an extended time. As noted in the Leavenworth papers, attempts at personal protection were nominal and ineffectual, resulting in large numbers of casualties and mass poisonings. On 6 April 1917, when the US declared war on Germany, the army not only lacked defensive equipment for chemical warfare, but also had no concrete plans to develop or manufacture gas masks or any other defensive equipment. While impossible to accurately assess the total amount of poison gases and toxic chemicals that were used in World War I, much of the European continent was bombarded and saturated for 3 years with heavy doses of these toxic and persistent compounds. A strange blue flu. One of the oft-cited symptoms of the Spanish flu, different from all other flus before and since, was a strange bluish-grey discoloration of the skin. It was noted that as victims' lungs would fill with fluid, their skin would turn greyish-blue. When cadavers were examined and the cause of death registered, victims who died suddenly and had a bluish-purple discoloration to their lips or skin.
Every time I hear that, the two words together, it makes me angry because of that fraud, Stu Peters, the died suddenly thing he latched onto, or his Jewish Gold Co people latched onto.
Skin were automatically registered as having died from the Spanish flu. Another unique feature of this flu's clinical profile was how the victims could die within hours or days of developing symptoms, their lungs filling with fluid, causing them to suffocate. While these extraordinary symptoms don't fit the classical profile of the flu, they do fit descriptions of chemical warfare during World War I. Witness accounts of chemical attacks describe French soldiers stumbling off the battlefield, blinded, coughing, chests heaving, faces an ugly purple colour, lips speechless with agony. Another report by a British soldier described survivors of a poison gas attack. Complexion here was an ashed bluish grey, the expression most anxious and distressed, with the eyeballs staring and the lids half closed.
What a horrible, shitty, disgusting way to kill a soldier. So there's no nobility there. There's no warrior heart there. There's no bravery. It's the shittiest way to end a life. It's the gayest thing. Doesn't matter how physically fit you were. Gas fucking kills you. Boom. And remember that, everybody. They're going to deploy all kinds of fun stuff. Not just fentanyl-laced urine, as Alex Karp said with his drones.
Respiration was extremely laboured and noisy, with frequent efforts to expel copious amounts of tenacious yellowish-green frothy fluid which threatened to drown them, and through which they inhaled and exhaled air into and out of their lungs with a gurgling noise. An unusual flu that kills the young and strong and spares the old. The illness traditionally designated as the flu,
because it didn't transfer to people who were already here, is basically what it sounds like. But it also did, because then people started getting shots. You remember the Spanish influenza was a vaccine holocaust of about 50 million people.
Has historically been noted to place certain groups at higher risk of developing serious complications if afflicted. At the top of this list, as it is with most illnesses, are older adults. Oddly, this was not the case with the Spanish flu. Unique to epidemiological history, the Spanish flu was said to have a, quote, unprecedented age-specific mortality pattern in which young adults were at extraordinarily high risk of dying. A feature not...
But they'll never say, oh, maybe it's because they walked through the fields of Europe post dust clouding of poisonous gases, and it's just a slow burn into their, the toxins in their system because it was a lower dose. that they were able to get home and then start to get sick and die.
Observed in influenza outbreaks before or since. The mortality profile of the 1918 epidemic was exceptional in many ways. The age-specific mortality pattern for this flu was radically different from the traditional U-shaped patterns, meaning high mortality in the very young and the very old, and low mortality in the in-between age groups, as seen in all previous influenza outbreaks. Instead, the Spanish flu produced a peculiar W-shaped mortality age profile, meaning that the age groups 15 to 24, 25 to 34, and 35 to 44 experienced the highest rates of mortality. Also of note is that the male death rates for influenza in 1918 far exceeded the female death rates among adults. This depicted an unprecedented age-specific mortality pattern in which young adult males were at extraordinarily high risk of dying, a feature not observed in influenza outbreaks before or since.
Just think about this. You don't have extra uniforms. If they gas you and you're still wearing those clothes all around, doesn't matter if you didn't breathe it in. It's all settled under your fabric. It's on your skin. It's being absorbed into your skin. And that will take longer, maybe, than breathing it in for the effects to occur.
Young males who were mostly severely impacted by this ostensible illness were by and large precisely those who were involved in World War I combat. Explanations for these uncanny deviations from medical history were perfunctory, insufficiently explained, and usually came with qualifiers such as elders may have acquired immunity from exposure to a previous flu outbreak, or the less than predicted mortality in the elderly conceivably could be attributed to 19th century exposure either to then prevalent influenza A viruses.
This is how fucking retarded people are, because they don't want to tell you that, no, this gas was so goddamn bad that it never should have been used ever, period, for any reason but Jews, that it even came home with them, and any belongings that they may have had exposed out there that they brought home with them may have also made their families sick.
Containing H1 or N1 surface protein.
Poisons.
Another stab at explaining away this mortality mystery suggested the disproportionate increase in frequency of secondary bacterial pneumonias in healthy young adults might be an additional manifestation of viral virulence associated with differential host immune response.
Are you seeing the pattern here? They poison you with something, they blame a virus. They tell you, they just know. They just know for sure it's a virus. They just know for sure it's influenza virus. How do they know that? Is it because they isolated it? No. Then how do they know that it exists? Do they even know what it looks like? No. There's no RT-PCR bullshit lying test out there either at this point. But yet they're still able to come up with a vaccine. Does anybody see how fucked up this is yet? It's the same lie. Even before they had all the bullshit science to try to corroborate what they're doing, they were still selling it to the public because, authorities. The authority on the matter. And this is post-incorporation. Not only did they send us out to a war like this to kill us off again, not that much time after, the devastation of the Civil War. Now we're out. It's 1913. What was it? 14? What time? When did we get in? 18? 17, 18? Something like that. And I guess there wasn't enough of that generation murdered in the war, so they finished them off when they got home. And then they used that as an excuse to deploy a shit ton of vaccines to cause a vaccine holocaust. And then they replayed that in 2020 and did the same fucking thing minus the gas, we think.
In 2008, researchers at the National Institutes of Health concluded that bacterial...
But how do we know? I mean, they spray above us every fucking day, and then all of a sudden people get sick. They're like, oh, it's this virus. Oh, look, an outbreak of this virus. You better go get these vaccines, Dad. You better go get this procedure. NIH protocol. Ventilated, dead.
Pneumonia was the killer in 92% of the autopsies of those who died of so-called Spanish flu between 1918 and 1919. Their research looked at 8,398 autopsies from 15 countries. Virtually all of the lung tissue examination showed, quote, compelling histologic evidence of severe acute bacterial pneumonia, either as the predominant pathology or in conjunction with underlying pathologic features now believed to be associated with influenza virus infection.
You know, that'd be funny. I would love to have seen one of these doctors go out into the field while somebody was gurgling with that yellow gunk in their throat after the gassing and be like, yeah, it would appear that you have influenza. You must have... It's like, the gas is still in the air. You're choking to death here and gurgling. I bet you that's influenza. It's gotta be. Well, it's just as retarded when they say it when they come home and the same fucking shit happens.
Including damage to the bronchial epithelium.
Must be a virus.
In
Must
this
be a virus.
profusion of conjecture, research, and speculation were the concrete realities of the mass amounts of toxins, stressors, and non-stop biological assaults being
Plus, they're malnourished, guys.
confronted on a daily basis by the group most heavily afflicted by this mysterious flu. No matter how obvious it was that the victims of this alleged disease were under the most violent of assaults in multiple ways, officialdom only allowed for, quote, the pathogen to be considered as the explanation for these illnesses and deaths.
Right.
The
Because who owns your country at this point? The same people that sent you off to war and just took a bunch of your gold and your country and sent it off to Bolshevik murderers to kill a bunch of Russians. That never would have happened if we weren't incorporated. That never would have happened if the Civil War didn't happen. The Jews would never have been able to declare war on fucking Germany because I could only imagine back, nobody actually really had this understood properly because they were trying to make friends with America, I don't want to fight, I don't want to get into war with Britain, I don't want to get into war with America. They're talking about it off here. As if they're separate entities from the Jews. They're not. You have the City of London Bank of England here, and you have the fucking Federal Reserve over there. They're not different than the Jews. You can't make friends with them. It's not America's fault. It's not America's call. It's not the people of America who are even aware of who the fuck's running their country. So there's no chance or opportunity for reasoning with them because it's the Jews and their psychosis that you're actually trying to deal with under a mask. You never stood a chance with Churchill or with America when it came to negotiations, or France. Jew. There was a Rothschild in fucking how many countries in Europe with a bank? 5 brothers, right? You weren't going to get away from it. If they all team up on you because they don't like you and the Jews are mad at you for not kissing their ass and licking their fucking assholes, guess what? When you probably, but you might have made them a little mad, maybe a little bit. You insulted them a little bit when you made them scrub the floors. The Rothschild there, when you arrested like 5 of them, you might insult them a little bit. Yeah, they don't forget it like that. They went after a czar after like 100 years worth of time in between. Wasn't the same czar, obviously, anymore, but no, they went to punish Russia.
Vaccine campaign. As everyone knows, the world has never witnessed such an orgy of vaccination and inoculation of every description as was inflicted by army camp doctors upon the soldiers of the First World War.
And that killed them. So many things, so many poisons in them. Malnutrition, wartime, the gases in the fields. And then, if you've ever been in the military, they don't give you a choice. They don't present it like it's a choice to get vaccinated for all kinds of fucking shit. If Coast Guard took out my fucking wisdom teeth, at least 2 of them, I'm only half as smart as I could have been. How about that? They say that if you had your wisdom teeth still, that other teeth would grow back if you lost them. I don't know how true that is. Or something could be activated to make it so you could actually reform a tooth if you lose one. Like a shark. Imagine that. Without having to have all the extra teeth folded backward in your mouth. That'd be cool.
Annie Riley Hale, The Medical Voodoo. Between January 21st and June 4th of 1918, Dr. Frederick Gates reported an experiment
that's Frederick L. Gates, I'm sorry.
in which soldiers located at Fort Riley in Kansas were given 3 doses of a bacterial meningitis vaccine.
Right. So, bacterial meningitis vaccine. They were given poison from the Rockefeller Institute. Nobody's trying to prevent illness when they want you dead. They'll tell you whatever the fuck they need to tell you. And it'll sound like it's, wow, research is going in the right direction. And you don't understand, like, none of this was done for the benefit of anybody. Rockefeller Institute wants you dead. They weren't trying to do anything to help anybody. They put a bunch of poison in a fucking syringe, or made a big vat of it and poured it in a bunch of them, or a bunch of vials that you stick the syringe in. However way, you know what I mean. And they said, tell them it's for for meningitis. Tell them it's for that. Bacterial meningitis vaccine. Yeah, that's it. That sounds good. These idiots, as long as the bird's big enough, they won't fucking ask questions. And I bet you they'll let you stick them with it too. A series of anti-meningitis vaccinations. Hey, if you don't have an inflammation in your meninges or your membranes, I don't think sticking something into your muscle or into your bloodstream full of foreign fucking elements shocking your system is really the best way of keeping it that way. Oh, yes. The Jew juice. Even, yes, as far back as then, if it was after 1865, it's the Jew juice, trust me. Yeah, here. Oh, you said Rockefeller? Here.
Fort Riley was a massive complex which...
Yeah, the one and only time it wasn't Dirty Dietrich, right? Fort Riley. Fucking A, man. Dirty Dietrich done dirt cheap.
Housed 26,000 men. A place where soldiers complained of bone-chilling winters, sweltering summers, and
no fucking trees, because Kansas is the flattest fucking state, and is the most boring-looking place in the fucking state. What is the speed limit? 45? So you can't get out of there fast enough.
blinding storms. Living alongside the soldiers were thousands of horses and mules that produced 9 tons of manure each month.
The only buildings, their skyscrapers are fucking grain silos. That's it.
The method of manure disposal was to burn it, sending the burning manure into the driving wind.
Oh, goody.
Fort Riley is considered by, quote, official sources as the most likely site of the origin of the historic influenza pandemic of 1918, later called...
They were burning shit into the air? Is that what I heard?
...the Spanish flu. The experimental vaccines given to the soldiers were dosages of a vaccine serum derived from horses.
Oh, good, yes, because what could go wrong? You know, can you inject me with something from a different animal and make me like essentially a chimera? What could go wrong? Oh, God could go wrong and say, "Hey, I didn't assign this to your DNA. I don't want you to be a horse, man. I don't want any centurions. So, sorry, buddy, but you're probably not gonna make it."
The vaccine used was made in the laboratory of the Rockefeller Institute. Soon thereafter, the vaccine would be offered by the division surgeon to the camp at large.
I meant centaurs. Centurion's a different thing.
On the morning of the 4th of March, Private Albert Gitchell of the U.S. Army reported to the hospital at Fort Riley, Kansas, complaining of the cold-like symptoms of sore throat, fever, and headache. By noon, camp surgeon...
But it has to be a virus. It certainly couldn't have been that horse serum we injected into your arm when you were perfectly healthy. Oh, man, what a coincidence that right after that you would also... Jeez, what kind of bad luck is that? You get injected with horse serum one day, and you're like, goody, now I won't get this meningitis I don't have. But the next day you get a virus that we weren't planning for. Shit. You just had bad luck, man.
And Edward R. Schreiner had over 100 sick men on his hands, all apparently suffering from the same malady. The Gates report chronicled near immediate illnesses suffered by the injected troops.
Hey, well, yeah, by the injected troops. Hey, did you guys have anything in common? Eye color? Yeah, I guess you guys mostly have blue eyes. But that'll be a trait that's not very common anymore. Anything else? Shaved heads. You were in the military. I don't think that one counts. Oh yeah, we all got injected with horse serum. Fuck.
Careful inquiry in individual cases often elicited the information that men who complained of the effects of vaccination were suffering from mild coryza, bronchitis, etc. at the time of injection.
Mild
Sometimes the
coryza.
reaction was initiated by a chill or chilly sensation, and a number of men complained of fever or feverish sensations during the following night. Next in frequency came nausea, occasionally vomiting, dizziness, and general aches and pains in the joints and muscles.
It's almost starting to sound like this wasn't a good idea. Injecting yourself with horse serum from the Rockefeller Institute. You're starting to have regrets now, huh?
Which in a few instances were especially localized in the neck or lumbar region, causing stiff neck or stiff back. A few injections were followed by diarrhea.
Oh, good. They had a couple of them. Yeah, right. Because, I mean, why would you want to stop at the first?
The reactions, therefore, occasionally simulated the onset of epidemic meningitis.
This was a test that had gone all right, not all wrong. This is exactly what the Rockefellers want to do. They might be like, but they didn't. But did they? Did they fess up to it? No. They blamed the fucking virus, and then they injected more people. That's how it goes. More people get sick. See, now it's an outbreak. Inject more, and people think. When I'm looking at this, I'm like, how is it that people don't catch what's going on here and how stupid this is? And it works every time. And you're saying to yourself, no, the doctors can't be this stupid. It's like, the doctors can't be this stupid. Because it's what informs the medical industry and establishment. Are these studies, are these centers, the Rockefeller fucking Institute writes the curriculum. It makes them idiots. It makes the cult members of the cult of the cloth, the white coat. And if you dare question the cult, you will be stripped of your license, my friend. You'll be ostracized. You will lose your job. You will lose you won't have any credibility. You will no longer be peer reviewed. You know, that's when a collection of the cult members say, you toe the line, cult member. Yes, we approve of you.
And several vaccinated men were sent as suspects to the base hospital for diagnosis. The Rockefeller Institute triumphantly stated that they had formulated 3 different kinds of what they called curative serums.
Oh, good.
And that these
we weren't done yet. We're not done yet. Yo, that first line of people died? Oh, cool. Sounds like we did a good job. We have 3 more of those. And we need some more. We need some more volunteers because those other guys, they're not looking too good.
Serums, anti-meningococci, anti-pneumococcic type 1, and anti-dysenteric were manufactured in large quantities. Use of these experimental injections...
Look at those little kids. Look at people lining up. This... I'm not okay with what I'm looking at right now. I could be... try to make light of a horrible situation here. Maybe to, like, shame people out of, like, the slumber of going along with what these alleged trusted authorities, and they are trusted authorities, that they shouldn't be in our life, in our world, and what they do to us. But seeing the children be having those needles stuck in them, that's the most horrifying fucking thing. You know that means that the Jew has just won and they're trying to kill your child. Make them sick, make them different, give them problems for the rest of their lives. And they won. The moment that needle sticks in their arm, they've won. They've won and they've harmed another innocent life. These guys, you're old enough for discernment, dude. I'm not happy that you're going to end up getting fucking killed, but I'm not as sad as I am over the kids who are impressionable and they want to make the adults or their family, you know, they want to do right by what their parents tell them to do. And then this happens. The people that they trust give them the bad advice. Not because they're evil, because they don't know any better. And they trusted blindly an institution. I will be doing this until the day I fucking die. Because I'm not going to, unless something changes and we get out of this mess and we get out of this stupid obedience to this allopathic medical death cult. Children do not deserve this, and they deserve smarter people around them to help them. I don't mean smarter in that way, just aware, well aware. You don't have to be a genius to know bad is bad, as long as you know how to identify it when you see it. Like, children have more discernment than adults, because you have to explain to them. They say why. So when your parents are telling you the why, and they don't know, so they're just filling in the blanks because they don't question these things. So when you get a why out of your child, you don't even know, like, what do you mean why? It's just this way, or you say something, and then okay, daddy, okay, mommy, and then this scene right from a horror film occurs. And who did it? Who did it? The parent who wasn't aware. The parent who didn't stop even when they were given the opportunity by their child, who was the angel, who said, why? And the parent didn't pick up on that and say, you know what? Why is that? Why? Why do we trust this? Rockefeller. What the hell is this?
Was not unique to the United States, as noted by the Rockefeller Institute, which boasted that before the United States entered the war, they had resumed the preparation of anti-meningococcal serum in order to meet the requests from England, France, Belgium, Italy, and others.
They did not waste any time. In the late 1800s, they were already hard at work trying to destroy health in Americans because they had already taken the country back. And what did the Jews want? They want sick fucking slaves. They want sick, dying, barely able to think, barely able to fucking put together a fucking sentence. Slaves. Less thinking, more obedience. You can't keep on showing off your superiority to something that thinks it's superior to you, because every time you prove them wrong simply by existing, they hate you and are more envious. More and more. They hate you even more. So they have to start poisoning you so that you can't function at the level that God had intended you to be. So that you can be more easily managed. How's that work? Well, fluoride in the fucking water. Vaccines in the arms. DDT on everything else. And then every pesticide and herbicide that they can come up with. That's what they call it. It's just an excuse to put poison on the ground, and as a result of that poison all over your food, yeah, some bugs won't go in there because they're smart. Because it's just another It's just another. What's the difference between gassing people in a war and what they do to crops? Is it because it doesn't kill the plant? Yeah, but it kills anything that goes near it. That should concern you.
Other countries of electromagnetic poisoning, and
the fact that the people who do the spraying have to wear protective gear, and you're like, well, that's because it's overexposure, blah, blah, blah. If there's any exposure that's not natural, like if like you could take a bath in neem and you're not going to get sick. If it's a natural substance that is also an insect repellent, if you will, then it wouldn't matter if you were exposed to it. It's just something that those insects don't like, and therefore, ta-da. You know, it's actually also really a good deterrent for getting insects away from your food, your vegetables, your crops. giving it exactly what Dr. Glidden has talked about this. If you had the minerals that were supposed to be in the soil, it would produce more of a sugar in the plants. And the sugar is a repellent in and of itself of most insects. The content. Because they don't have, he says they don't have a pancreas. I mean, whatever the functionality is, they'll stay away from it. But then you can always use other things like, I don't know, dust it with fucking, I don't know, cayenne powder or something. I'm sure there's a better way of doing that on a wild scale, like field or something. But why go right to the poisons that will be sick, making everybody else sick over time and building up over lifetime, you know, one meal after another of this food, and how that's going to build up toxins in your body. Why would you want to do that to other people? And what do they do? In order to get the proper yield so that the farmer can make money, because they have to take loans out every year, the whole system is rigged to fuck you on behalf of the Jews who want your food poisoned. They have certain regulations. Not only do they have to inject your animals, and you're like, well, they don't do our SBT or RBST, and they don't do the antibiotics and everything. Yeah, they don't maybe not do that, but guess what? They still have veterinary shots. And every shot is a lie that has to do with virus prevention. When your dog gets a rabies shot or the other one, Pavo or whatever, it's bullshit. They're making an excuse to shorten your animal's life. And they're forcing you to do it, whether you don't get a license. You have to license a fucking dog. Oh no, but don't worry, you're not a prisoner in this place. You want to start a business and you don't have a permit? Oh, but don't worry. Don't worry, you're not a prisoner in this place. When do you think when you were a pioneer in the Old West, you had to ask somebody before you opened up your gunsmith shop or your blacksmithing shop? You had to get permission from who? Who the fuck who's gonna? How about this? They have no right to ask your permission, or for you to ask. They have no right to ask you to do something. How am I trying to say this? Who has the authority to make you ask permission? There we go. Nobody, unless you give them that authority. But that's all part of the incorporation. It's all part of you're a slave now. It's all part of your commodity to be traded. It's all part of your dead entity, according to them. And as Sesquiu KV Trust happened in 1666, already said, hey, guess what? You're all considered lost at sea anyway. So that this 1871 thing kind of piggybacked on that.
The Rosenau experiments. In Arthur Furstenberg's groundbreaking book.
I've read from this book on a show a long time ago. If you go to my Spreaker and you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll probably find it.
The Invisible Rainbow, A History of Electricity and Life. He examines
but he fucks up
of electricity and its interaction.
But he fucks up, and I don't know why she's jumping over here before talking about the vaccine holocaust. She sort of started to do it, but this is a leap off the wrong end here. They're like, oh yeah, when they introduced radio waves, EMR, electromagnetic radiation, radio waves, RF, and this and that and the other thing. And then they like another time when they introduced radar and then Doppler and all this other stuff, that a lot of people got sick. Because why? Why did a lot of people get sick but not everybody die? Because some people had their fucking own magnetic field, force field strong because they had their fucking minerals. And others didn't. And they were probably stressed by other things. And then they have this other radiation in their environment, and it totally tipped them off balance. And they did die, which is crazy to think that it had that much of an impact. And then they're going to say, well, and also when 5G came around, that's what COVID was. Well, it was probably more deliberate. It was probably more tuned. Ollie, what are you barking at? Inside our house, he's barking. Like it's late. Nobody's coming and going right now. Goofball. Anyway. So this guy Arthur Furstenberg, he blames he doesn't say a damn thing about vaccines being the cause of this, whenever they point at a virus and say, oh, it's the virus. He just says it's one of these events where they introduce a new technology that has some sort of radiation involved in it. And that's like, wow, that'd be great if you also said and vaccines. But when you don't say and vaccines, what I see is a fucking cover up. Arthur Furstenbergstein, you fuck.
With living organisms. Furstenberg's seminal work suggests a wide range of illnesses.
Yeah. Emphasis on the seminal.
And metabolic disorders can be attributed to exposures to pulsed and alternating electromagnetic fields in the environment.
And I'm sure the vaccines had no part in it, right?
Which interfere with electric currents used by our biological systems. A distinct feature.
Yeah, but here's the other thing too. That's also like you're thinking cell to cell transmission receptor. The receptors have never been proven to even be a thing. Anyway, that's just how they explain it. It's a theoretical component of the body that's never been actually seen. If they only branched it out to say there's a magnetic field around you because you are an energetic being and you have think of it like a blue ball around you, right? Well, that thing can be either strong or weak. It can be powerful and have spots of weakness, or it can be all around strong or all around weak. And if you think of that as like your deflective shield for shit that's going to happen to you, what kind of state do you want to be in? And how do you keep it strong? Well, you have to have your minerals, you have to have your nutrients, and you have to be active. It helps to be in a positive mood, but you can get that way through activity. Trauma, the German new medicine, there is a place for that in homeopathy too, because this is where the transmission of your energetic pathways will get blocked because of a trauma. But the point here is you don't need to figure out the trauma. The causation isn't as important. If you want to say it was a trauma rather than it was a toxin, or you'll say, oh, well, the trauma caused the toxin because it threw the body off. Whatever the causation, as long as you know what the symptoms are, the homeopathic, law of similars, and you're taking the nutrients that you need to build yourself back up so your body can heal itself, it doesn't really matter what the causation is. So German New Medicine might point towards one of the reasons why, but the reason isn't the answer of how to solve it. Right? If you know why you got hit by a car, you're still hit by the car. Like, I know, I didn't look left and then right. Okay, well, good. You figured out the problem, but you're still hit by the car. And rather than figure that out, maybe somebody should apply pressure to the wound. You know what I mean?
Feature of the late 19th century and early 20th century was the mass electrification of urban areas. This period saw the emergence of the first stray currents to which living beings were exposed, and saw the initial appearance of diseases such as neurasthenia. Some have suggested that this mass electrification program accelerated during World War I as governments installed antennae which created strong radio signals, was yet another...
Right, no shielding, still in its primitive. And then again, when you understood who actually owns this place, they don't care if every time they do something, it results in a bunch of death. That's great. That's awesome. And until people, start getting curious and wondering what's up, oh, well, it was a virus. And then finally, because they have to live and walk around in the same world as we do, at least for now. All right, let's adjust some of these things without even explaining, because we don't want to allude back to the fact that we were lying about the whole virus thing. So we'll just fix this thing so it's not as lethal.
contributing factor to the innumerable malaise that impacted soldiers during the
Oh, look,
war.
a house right there. That's awesome.
In 1918, researchers for the Public Health Service and the US Navy conducted human experiments.
Oh, by the way, when you're in a lot of electromagnetic radiation areas, it actually pulls minerals out of your body too. So it's not a good place to be, because there's only so much that you can endure before. I mean, you could take, but there's certain minerals that are like stripped out of your body. Dr. Monzo could tell you more about that. The copper is one of them. I think sodium might also be affected, which is super important. There's a bunch of things that get thrown off, and it's pretty debilitating, because once it's ripping and stripping and chelating out of your body, basically, because of the exposure you have. And 5G does this, I guess, even more profound, like the millimeter waves, that obviously then the breakdown occurs because your body is depleted of the things it needs. It has a deficiency even though you're taking it, but you're in an environment that's not good. Like, you ever be in like one of those video games where you fall into the fire and you keep on getting like the hits, and you start flashing, because until you get out of the fire of the pit or whatever, you're going to continue to have like your little hearts get minimized. It's like sitting in one of those and taking the health potion, but you're still in the fire. You never jump back up on the ledge. You're just drinking the potion to replenish your life, but you're still in the flames. Like, that's like being in that type of environment. Any toxic environment is kind of like that. It's like if you were in those industrial revolution cities, when you're living in that filth and you're fully nutrified, which wasn't a thing back. They weren't very well fed. They were all very poor. But if they would still be living around shit, fecal matter, like literal, and all kinds of disgustingness, filth. So, yeah, you know what I mean? It's only going to go so far.
To determine the cause of the Spanish flu and the reason for what was thought to be its extraordinary contagious qualities. Milton J. Rosenau supervised this landmark study titled Experiments to Determine Mode of Spread of Influenza,
Boston Harbor.
which was
I've been
published
there.
in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 1919. The experiments were conducted at Gallup's Island, the quarantine station in Boston Harbor. Quoting directly from the study, the experiment began with 100 volunteers from the Navy who had no history of influenza.
And then the Rockefeller said, "We'll fix that."
Rosenau was the first to report on the experiments conducted at Gallup's Island in November and December 1918. His first volunteers received first one strain and then several strains of Pfeiffer's bacillus by spray and swab into their noses and throats and then into their eyes. When that procedure failed to produce disease, others were inoculated with mixtures of other organisms isolated from the throats and noses of influenza patients.
This is where the proof of no contagion comes from. Because these people had a toxin either from the gases from the war or from the inoculations that they got here. It was something that was happening from within them, or as a result of being injected. So something happening from within them could also have been triggered by, with all the other things that we just added to it, and then the introduction of a radioactive, atmosphere. These are all stressors on the body. But it wasn't a unicorn. I swear to God, it wasn't an invisible biting unicorn called a virus. That's the one thing it wasn't.
Next, some volunteers received injections of blood from influenza patients.
They were injected the blood, they injected the spit, they injected everything. They coughed in their faces, all this stuff. No transfer of illness, no contagion.
13 of the volunteers.
At least this thing. So what this proves, not so much that there's no such thing as contagion, but it definitely proves that there was no such thing as contagion in relation to the Spanish influenza. So therefore, it wasn't an influenza and it wasn't a virus. So what does that leave it as? The product of a bunch of Jewish poisoning, whether it was injected, gassed, or atmospheric. Same as it ever was. Or the combination of all three.
Were taken into an influenza ward and exposed to 10 influenza patients each. Each volunteer was to shake hands with each patient, to talk with him at close range,
And then he went like this,
and
and
to
he
permit him to cough directly into his face.
they never did the pick each other's nose test and then lead it instead of picking your nose, and you got to get the other person's. Yeah.
None of the volunteers in these experiments developed influenza. Rosenau was clearly puzzled, and he cautioned against drawing conclusions.
He's like, "What the fuck is this shit?"
In the JAMA article,
This is supposed to be an easy week, he said. I was supposed to get a bunch of really healthy people fucking sick and kill them. I'm going to lose my pension.
Rosenau concluded, as a matter of fact, we entered the outbreak with a notion that we knew the cause of the disease, and were quite sure we knew how it was transmitted from person to person.
I mean, you're quite sure based on our observational bullshit. Right. There's no science in the science. They just see something and they're so goddamn sure of themselves because they're smarter than you. This is the arrogance that they will adjust accordingly whatever reality they need to from any study to fit what they already had determined was going to be true, regardless if it fits or not. And these are just the right type of people that should be doctors in a allopathic Rockefeller Institute type system, because they're just the right type of asshole, just the right type of idiot to perpetuate the cult.
Perhaps if we have learned anything, it is that we are not quite sure what we know about the disease. A companion study done at the same time at Angel Island in San Francisco produced similar negative results. Both studies concluded that what was considered to be one of the most contagious of communicable diseases in history could not be transferred under experimental conditions, as well as...
I think young faces on those people. Like, why did you sign up for that? Because the military just said, "Hey, you're going to... Hey, look, you're what do you call it? Involuntary obligated officer?" Or something like that. What was it in Spies Like Us? Remember that? He's like, it looks like Ray always, not Ray, Dan Aykroyd had, his character always had something to, like, something funny to say, like, he's trying to be like a high brain or something like that, but you come up with an acronym, it's like, looks like we're blah, blah, blah now. It's like, what does that mean? Obligated involuntary officer or something like that.
Challenging the contagion orthodoxy, the results of the Rosenau experiments repudiate yet another pillar of the Spanish flu mythos. Conclusion. The Spanish flu horror story has been planted in the collective conscience, and few have taken the time to inspect its veracity. When brought to our attention, the story is always broadcast as an apocalyptic health disaster.
Does this not look like that was a staged photo though? It's like they'd all just stop there with empty gurneys to look at the cameras.
Caused by an otherworldly...
Hey, look, a bunch of shit that we used an electron microscope. It destroyed it. Do you know how they prepare these things? They blast it with the radiation. They mix it up really good. They chop. It's like, hey, let's learn how the hand works. Okay, cut off the hand, throw it in an industrial blender with a monkey kidney and some cow blood, blend it all together, take a slide out, take a drop of that, put it on the slide, irradiate the fuck out of it, and then let's get a giant electron microscope with blah 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 X, and we'll look really close. So we're not zoomed out. No, we're zoomed in really close. And let's analyze that. You know what you could have done? You could have looked at the hand when it was doing this. You would have been able to figure out how you could see how it moves. But no, you wanted to go through all that instead. Well, then you could come up with any bullshit that you wanted now, couldn't you? And looking at dead tissue that you've poisoned with, I forgot the part where they poison it with a bunch of chemicals to cause, cell death, cytosis, and it breaks apart, causes exosomes, dead cell debris. And then they're like, "Oh, you see that thing over there? See that thing over there? Those are viruses." Really? Can you isolate the virus? Can you show me what it is? Can you tell me what the strand is of the proteins and tell me what that is? No. Are you sure it's not just a air bubble on the... No. Is it an exosome? No, we don't know. Is it a dead cell debris? No, we told you it's a virus, okay? You see that thing? See how it's spiking? That's spike protein. Are you sure that's not just the cell breaking apart because you gave it a bunch of chemicals and blasted it? No, that's spiked protein.
And fatal microbe, and this is accepted as an incontrovertible truth. While debates around the margins are allowed, those come with an unspoken contract that there must remain an intractable belief in the fundamental, quote, truths of the prevailing narrative. For example, how many did, quote, it actually kill? Was it 20 million? Was it 50 million? How exactly did it spread so widely and quickly? Did it move?
Because a lot of people were being shot up because part of the lie was all these people are coming back from the war with all types of shit, all types of diseases. Most of them were rooted in malnutrition and gassing and living in unsanitary environments. So all things that could be fixed with proper nutrition, except for maybe the gassing. I'm not sure how deep of a toxin that was going to leave. But, you know, if you tell them it's something else, they don't ever look to say, hey, maybe I need to have a couple extra oranges today and get my calcium in. Give me some of that raw milk. Oh, no? Oh, okay. No raw milk. Yeah. So it goes. They don't replenish their nutrients even after this massive depletion of malnutrition and trench warfare and all that, and poisoning from the air, the sky, the gases, I mean, you know what I get at. And then they come back home. But they're not just the American troops. There's the French, the Germans. There are all these people who were in those same fields. So how was it so widespread? Why didn't the one place that didn't have this problem? The Jesuit country of Spain. And why was that, you ask? Because they refused to engage in the war. And that's why they named it after them. From what I've been told, is it was a jab at them for remaining, I guess, I don't know if you call it neutral or just out of it. So they didn't accrue the same shit, right? But if there were other soldiers that, sometimes there's people that can go to other countries to fight for wars and stuff like that, and then they go back to their homes. Like that actually happened in World War II with Germany. There was a lot of volunteers for the extended, what was the Waffen, right? There was like the international branch of that or whatever. So who knows if they got scattered around even further. So it's kind of interesting. How did it get so widespread? Well, I would start by looking at the soldiers, and then I would look at their medical establishment and see whether or not they also had, in addition to that, a Rothschild presence in their country when it comes to their finances, because of course all things would be enforced where they are through their same deception of allopathy. The same lies told there and the same pointed objects given out there would also be the same things we got.
Through the population through train travel? Was it due to massive military movements? What was so unique and deadly about this pathogen? Was it enhanced?
Oh yeah, they dye it too. That's the other thing. They have to dye it. So they poison it. It breaks up. It starts producing all these things. As it's bubbling and dying, you see these things that they call spike protein on the cells and the cell walls and whatever. It's not cell walls. It's a animal cell, but and then they dye it as well. And then you don't know if it's a bubble or some other thing, and they don't know what the fuck they're looking at. And then they say, "Oh, virus."
Novel deadly features. Was the antigenic composition particularly virulent? These types of questions are allowed, and circa 2024, all too familiar. So, if not a unique pathogen that spread like wildfire across the globe, what did kill all those people? A look at history books and statistics shows that...
There's Virus Mania right behind her. There's a new book behind her head every time we put one of these on. Virus Mania, I highly recommend everybody read. You should read that. You should read Béchamp or Pasteur. You should totally have Dr. Glidden's Leave Big Pharma Behind Red book. Those three would be a good start. And then, of course, Murder by Injection.
Always developed, where human biological systems have been weakened, primarily due to lack of food and water, poor sanitary conditions, toxic overload, and...
Yeah, who does that, though? That's not wartime. That's not forced upon them. That's the way they fucking decided to be. That's their laziness. That's their lack of intellect, poisoning their own fucking environment and destroying nature at the same time. That looks like a puddle of blood right there, doesn't it? Jesus. And in India, remember that one person was just going through, like, doing like a vlog or something? There was like a body just floating down the river. And like, yeah, we get a lot of those. It's just dead bodies. That's India. I'm sure that's really good for the water. I wonder if they drink it. They probably do. They probably do. And I'm sure they don't boil it. What's he doing playing in the garbage? Did you find anything nice in there? Like, this is why, like, some cultures don't need to be here anymore, because this is what they do. They don't need to be in charge of anything of their own country. They don't need to be sovereign. They sure as hell don't need to be all sent over here. This is what they do when they're left to themselves. This is what they devolve back into when our people are no longer running their fucking world for them. In the time that we were in, let's say the Indus Valley, Mohenjo-Daro, all those areas, India didn't have a culture until we gave it to them. And then everybody says, and I've had people yell at me and say, "How dare you take away from their, you just deprive them of the like the claim to their culture by saying it came from somewhere else." I go, well, it did, and it always devolves back into shit the moment the Catholic Aryan people decide they're moving on or have to move on. It's happened every other place too. If they weren't other Europeans, then the place turned to shit. And usually with the helping hand of the Jews. But they weren't always called that. They were the serpent cult, they were the moon cult, the Saturn cult, the Kabbalists. They were that cult of child sacrifice, Remphan, if you want to call it that. But now we can call them that Jew thing, because that's what they decided to call themselves when they made it up in 300 BC. Made up their whole fucking history. Ptolemy gives them an education, and he's like, "Hey, thanks for helping me poison my buddy Alexander the Great. So now I'm the head poobah. Thanks, Jews. Here's an education in Greek." Because all these illiterate fucking merchants learn to read and write in Greek, and the first thing they do is look around and be like, "Man, these Greek people are so repulsive," because they're envious, because they actually have a culture and accomplishments. And what does this degenerate vampire have? Nothing. Because all they do is live off the life force of others. All they do is go around and rob people who are prosperous. That's what they've been doing for the last, let's say 3,000 years by the time this starts happening. And so what better plan than to just write themselves a fake history, since they have the Alexandria Library at their disposal. Let's just take all the hero stories written on these scrolls here and tablets inside the library, and we'll just change them around a little bit to make them look as despicable as we are. Give them some bullshit names and steal all the attributes, and then we'll make a history. You remember that Moses guy? Totally fucking fake. Same thing with Abraham. And even when they have a reference of like what is considered acceptable, admirable behavior, because they have no compass for that. They have no empathy. They're indifferent to human suffering, so they don't know what decency is. So even when they're creating a character that's supposed to be a hero, they have massive character flaws of doing horrifically horrible things, because to them that's like honored. They like that behavior. They like when somebody fucks somebody else over, or is a thief, or is like that merchant mentality, that parasitic thing, or incest, or child abuse, or something like that. They enjoy that, so they incorporated that into their stories. There wasn't a decent human being in this Old Testament of theirs, the grimoire that it was. Not a single one. Moses is like, "Yeah, okay, God, you want me to go?" God, of course, the benevolent creator that creates all things, says, "Hey, go kill all those people and their livestock. Oh, but you can take their children, because that's not sickening or ungodly like in any nature." It sounds an awful lot like a Jew mind telling you that. Wow, God's Jewish too, huh? Well, that's surprising. Huh. Well, what do you know? The benevolent creator must have fucked up every other time except when he made those Jews. If anybody believes that, they're on some sort of drug that I don't want to take.
Immense social stressors. This description defines the world of 1918 and the social conditions of the Great War. Deconstructing these social conditions leads to a fistful of profound questions surrounding the established history of the Spanish flu. How was it that this flu, and only this flu, ambushed young healthy adults and not young children and older adults with weaker systems? How was it that this flu, and only this flu, turned people's faces blue, their lips purple, and caused people to collapse within a matter of hours, and even dying the same day? Is it such a stretch to believe that thousands of tons of war chemicals, including chlorine gas, phosgene, mustard gas, and 30 other chemicals released into the environment during 3 years of daily explosions would create the conditions that would lead to biological breakdown and mass fatalities in both the short and long term? What about the training for chemical warfare and exposure to these chemicals, and what type of harm these men incurred as a result of this exposure, even before landing on the battlefield? Is it really a controversial belief that thousands of tons of explosives used to send millions of pounds of toxic liquids and poisonous gases into the air across an entire continent would create an environment that would create mass casualties?
Right.
Is it
all logical, very very sensible that this would be a thing. You release them, where'd they go? They just go straight up into the air and into the ether and into the nowhere? No, they spread out and they settle. And then people get sick. I'm sure animals got sick too. I'm sure the grass wasn't too good to graze on.
Revisionist history to ask basic questions about how often the soldiers were able to bathe and change clothes in order to
that's the other thing too. Remember I said that earlier? It's like, so you're completely immersed in this gas and you have a gas mask on, so you're not dying immediately, but you're also getting it all in the fabric of your clothes, and your clothes are on your skin, so your skin's absorbing if you put soap on with all the fucking chemicals in that, like, don't do Old Spice. I like the smell and I like the Old Spice thing, but the blue and like the body wash and the shampoos and all that stuff, that blue's not good for you. Neither is 99% of the other freaking unpronounceable chemicals. It's like you're bathing in shit, but we're in a dark mockery world where we don't understand. We don't see that we're bathing in shit and filth. These chemicals are the equivalent thereof. And those get into your bloodstream. So just imagine what happens when you think you're in the clear because you're wearing the mask? No.
The toxic residues off their bodies. Is it
Remember, good old Adolf, he was blinded one of the times. He wanted to go back out. He was I think one of the stories is that the reason why his mustache was cut like that is because it didn't fit firmly. The mask didn't fit firmly on his face because he had one of those big bushy, what they call it, Bavarian stashes or whatever. So he cut it down so that the mask would fit over his face more properly. And then he just said, "That I kind of like that. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep doing that."
Apocryphal to point out that chemical residues remain in the lungs and in the environment for prolonged periods and will inevitably cause lethal outcomes. Wouldn't it be logical to consider maritime transportation issues for soldiers, animals, and goods during World War I, where soldiers were crammed together?
Yeah, the Jews poisoned the entire planet, basically. At least in Europe and not so much America, but they brought them back in there. And then there was a fallout from that. They don't care, but yeah, all the better for them, right? So they can be haphazard like that because it's not them going out to fight. It's them manipulating us to do so. And that was wave one. And then we come home and they can't leave us alone yet because even though we go and do something for them, they have to punish us for helping them. So then they go and they fucking murder us with this onslaught of bullshit through the Rockefeller Institute and then hurry us right back into another war to destroy the very allies we needed in order to stop this fucking piece of shit parasite for once and for all. And they have us attacking our cousins in Germany. Well, more closely related for me. I'm not sure how many people here are German, but Yeah. It's kind of shitty, huh? Because if that was America and not the Jewish-run America Incorporated, the exact opposite would have occurred. Noblemen in our, if we had the noblemen of the past in this country running the country, it would have been made very clear that a banking hand was involved in this, and that's what needed to be addressed and stopped, not the Germans, not assisting the fucking Soviet Bolshevik mass murderers to accomplish their goals. World War One and none of this shit would have happened if the incorporation didn't happen first. None of this shit would have happened if the Federal Reserve didn't get created here. None of it. And why did this all happen? It all stemmed from 1865. Appomattox Courthouse. That was the end of it. 1862 is about where it started getting bad here. It's pretty much the end of the Constitution right about then.
On ships with lots of horses and mules in very humid conditions, horrendous sanitary conditions, onerous nutritional deficiencies, limited hygienic repositories for human and animal waste. Wouldn't these conditions be a guaranteed recipe for disease, including respiratory problems? Is it really far-fetched to suggest that using millions of soldiers in crude experimental mass injection campaigns might...
You know what's fucked up is I don't even think they don't give them very many details. They're just saying this is what you need for this and that and the other thing, and otherwise you can't do this and that and the other thing, and then they say okay because they want to serve. Remember back then there was no way for them to know. I don't think who they were actually working for. But this shit, this trust is where we need to stop them in their tracks. And guys over on FTJ, let me just stop for a second here. We're getting to them. We're getting to them pretty bad because they let me know. They let me know that they're threatened by FTJ Media. They do so on a daily basis. I don't know if you're aware of that, but they do. They let me know on a daily basis that they want me to stop. Hey, Somakama. And they want everybody else to stop, and they're chomping at the bit, hoping that FTJ does not make it. So why don't we ruin their celebration? What do you think? For $5 a month, I get emails. I was just looking at one, and they're trying to place doubt. They're trying to do all kinds of shit, and they're trying to insult and add hominem attack at the same time. I don't read them. I don't like I used to, and it's like why? You know, it's like these people are that miserable. I have a life. I do this because I enjoy discussing information with people. I've got a business. I've got a life. I mean, I always can use more, whatever, but this isn't my entire life like some people. And I'm not insulting them either, but the people who are just the minions of that, who are trying to like tear people down and they're trying to get them into their drama, into their soap opera, and they're trying to get them to care. And it's like I'm not one of those people that you're not gonna get me to give a shit about whatever fucked up shit you want me to care about. I'm not into it. When I put down the headphones, that's it. I don't think about it anymore. And I come back when it's time to do another one. And it's because you need balance in your life. And this is the artificial world, me talking to a fucking computer screen. The real world is the people in my life. And the only reason why I do this part of it is because I know because I've had these talks with people that what I've done here is help people. And the more that, the more positive we have in this world, the better off we'll all be. And maybe over time, which we don't have a lot of time left, we can make a more secure, better place. And if you're not doing even if this is ineffectual, if you're not doing your part, then you are part of the problem. If you are doing your part, and let's say only 10 people see who you are and are affected by it, That's 10 more people than you would have been if you didn't. That's 10 more people that may have your back. That's 10 more people that might wonder what happens if you go missing and might go look for you. That's 10 more people that might come to your family's aid if you end up disappearing for doing the right thing. That's a big accomplishment. We're not supposed to have the masses of assholes. We're not going to have 100,000, 500,000 followers. A lot of those people are not really there anyway. That's kind of an inflated number for a lot of these things. But people who like simple entertainment and things like that, and just want to be told what they expect to hear, that's how you get big numbers. People who want to hear the truth are few and far between, and a lot of people will reject that, and they'll hate you just simply because you challenge their cult of society belief system. And that's unfortunate for them, and it's actually more unfortunate for us because we matter more than that stupid opinion. But that stupid opinion is what governs everything because it's the more widespread opinion. And that's what drags the rest of us into it. We wouldn't have to have these types of talks if we had still the amount of presence and power with or without them interfering. But because they lend their energy over to this system, we're always fighting the numbers. So the strength in our conviction has to be there because the numbers will never be. And that's what I'm saying. If you give a shit about anything, what the hell does that? Why is that? You can't say that $5 a month is a big deal. I signed up, and it was kind of I didn't realize if I just clicked it, I was going to do it. But I was like, yeah, I should anyway. After I thought about it, I'm like, well, I should be doing it anyway. Because Dave won't take a percentage, even though I've offered it like 3 times, a percentage of what people donate to me to help run this thing. He said it wouldn't be enough. I was like, yeah, but it's a little bit of everything. He's like, no, I want that to be for them, for us, and he's reading. That's the amazing thing. Like any other place, any other platform, you would be used to like giving up 30 to 40, and apparently a Rumble rant is 50%. So if somebody puts $20 on a Rumble rant, I get 10 of it. That's fucked. That's even more than YouTube, right? That as far as their share. But Dave says no, whatever the processing fee is, and the rest is yours. So I should have put my $5 and then I did. So now I can continue to say that I never asked you to do something that I wouldn't. And that's the thing. I mean, now is the time. We have until the 31st to get an ample amount of people together, and we should be exceeding the goal. There should be enough people out there that this goal is met and exceeded so that we can invest into bigger things for the platform. Maybe even better software as its core. That'd be pretty cool. Okay. Make America less gay. Join FTJ. And if it didn't matter, well, apparently it matters to somebody. And they don't like it. All the more reason to say. Right? That's the spirit of defiance. Make it happen, kids. Let's get back to it. There's like a little bit left here. Where's the budget? There she is.
Might have detrimental, even deadly impacts for the subjects. Is it really so fantastical to mention that socially and economically devastated towns and cities and physically devastated areas throughout Europe would create the perfect conditions for disease? Is it forbidden to ask how it was that the global pandemic ended and the alleged...
Every child should feel loved. Every child should have security. Every child should have clothing and proper nutrition and food. That child was starving, dirty, and alone. And I don't care what anybody says about anything else. That if that happens in this world, it's because of something evil. It's not for the grace of anything that is holy that would happen. And I don't want to see that anymore. I don't want it suffering anymore. I don't want to see young people being harmed. You're adult, you make your own bed, you make your own choices. And I'm not nearly as. I mean, it's still tragic if you're a good person and something bad happens to you, but often there's not a lot of good out there. It's just however way the media spins it after the fact because they want to politicize something. It's like, oh, he's such a nice young black boy. Yeah, it's like, yeah, oh yeah, he tried to stab his wife to death with a screwdriver and light a building on fire with people in it. Yeah, you're right. Chud should never have called that guy anything, right? Or should have pressed the trigger on that dude after he tried to pull his gun on him. Take his gun from him. Yeah, okay, sure thing. But when it comes to the amount of suffering and the fact that we as a society, as a species, have a parasitic presence and influence. We are the host, and what happens with the parasite? They make you think and do things. Remember, just like the cordyceps, they make you think a certain way and do a certain thing. They're manipulating us. The parasite has influence over our minds. We thought we lived someplace that we didn't, even though nothing about it made sense. The world hasn't been, America hasn't been run the way it should have been if anything that we thought about it was true. And we need to understand that if we don't pull our shit together, if we thought we've seen misery and suffering in the past and at present, it'll be nothing in comparison to when it hits hard once again. And I mean once again because it's already done it here. And I'm going to speculate more than once, more than just the Civil War. I'm going to speculate something happened to result in the World's Fairs too, and that these Jews have been fucking at it with us for quite some time. At this cult, because their fellow travelers are really what give them the power, right? That the ones that hide right in front of you, but represent them and take you right down to hell with them. We owe it to our children, the future, and young innocent God, the Spirit of God, the benevolent Creator is in children. It's the innocence we need to protect. That's our purpose. There is no other purpose. Whatever else we do is like what we do to kill time in between. Our purpose is to protect. It's the most rewarding, fulfilling, other than building things with our hands. We like that, but why do we like that? Because it provides something, right? And our purpose is protection, guidance, guardianship. No suffering of young people, and the shit that we should not have ever accepted redactions of truth. There should be no secrets between what we would consider government and the people. I know it's the incorporation. That's why I'm saying this, because this is how we understand that this is fucked. There should never have been a transfer of wealth over to the 51st state, also known as Israel, of billions of dollars, time and time again, to make us weaker. We never should have funded a Bolshevik revolution. We never should have funded Ukraine. Why did we allow any one of those transactions to happen? Well, because they told us whatever they wanted to, but in reality, the corporation has already declared that it's theirs. And it's all foreign, and it's all bullshit, and it's all Jewish. And nothing is here to help you. It's only there to suit them. And they will bleed us dry, and they have $20.87 an ounce for gold. Fixed. With the strength of our American dollar. And now look at it. That is the effect of the Jews. That's the effect of the banking cult. You could buy a car for $800 back in the day. Just because nothing but the times and the era and the whatever should have changed. The value of the money never should have been different. Never. There's no point. That inflation is a condition. It's a symptom of something not going right.
Illness mysteriously disappeared at the same time, or soon after World War I ended. Is it really unreasonable to suggest that the primary cause of deaths attributable to the Spanish flu were all things related to World War I
Yes.
and not an illness?
I mean, no, it
now more than ever, it's important to pursue these questions, to have knowledge of this history, and to get that history right.
But this is the sick part that the Rockefeller Rothschild scumbag drug trust did, is when people started getting sick and dying from their exposure that they had over there, they saw that as an opportunity to force more poison into people's arms and kill millions of more people. And that's the gratitude level of people who just had you go kill other people in a country for them. That's them. That's the cult on display.
Understand the verifiable origins of the event, while understanding who the false narrative serves.
All right. So, with all that being said, bam, let's go over here. Exposed in 2026. Famous people in history of the 1900s. Big games. I want you to explain who you are before you drop shit like that. And you know that everything after the question mark is unnecessary. You don't need to put the whole thing on there. But it's just not the cool thing to do anyway. Like, you don't drop things in links and say, hey, fuck this person, go over there instead. That's not kind. Anyway, it says, we are deceived and unaware prisoners. Let's set the record straight. The often-Masonic and genocidal eugenicists, agents of the Kabbalistic banking cult, have had us imprisoned since the fall of America in the 1860s. This is not the true 250-year anniversary of the Constitutional Republic because it was replaced, and we have all been deceived. When you realize you are a prisoner, it makes more sense why they deliberately poison us every way they can, including and especially through the inversely named healthcare. Now, I want to explain to you something after everything that we just learned tonight, or we went over tonight. Right here it says, become an FTJ Media a member. Go click GoPro, $5 a month. Real fucking simple. And you just click it, and boom, you're there. Let's just do it so we can see. They deliberately make the handshake slower. Maybe it's because the servers are in freaking Brazil or something like that. See where it says Get FTJ Pro? It's right in the dead center of the screen, right on top, right where the clock is. It says FTJ Gear, call in, banned by Amazon. These are all clickable, right? But go to Get FTJ Pro. Bam. And then, wind your clock or something, wind your watch or something. And then it says, allows unlimited uploading and streaming for 30 days, automatically renews monthly, $5. That's it. What a fucking deal. FTJ Pro monthly plan, or the annual, or the pro, or the monthly, or the annual, or the monthly, or the annual, monthly. Okie doke. All right. And then you too can, even if you just want to save videos, like you download them somewhere else, you want to save them because you think they're going to disappear. You can make a channel just for that. Or you don't have to make a channel at all. You can just be in the chats with the ability to post, what do they call it? GIFs. And I think you can do GIFs and images, like JPEGs and stuff like that. So when you're in the chat, you can do that if you're a pro member. And you can interact with people, get to know people, strategize for survival with people who are in the know. Might be a good idea. I don't know. Might be something to consider. All right. And then the other one I want you to look at is right here. It says, Sipper Fry LLC. That's what Rebecca used to say in our in our videos. She said it with a lot more pretty voice than I just did, but and it says, get the best hot sauce in the world, plus find quick access to the 90 essential nutrients. Now, please bear in mind, the phone is like the worst setup. It's so old. It's like 2000 freaking. They need to do something for me on the phone app, because their phone app does not translate well. Yeah, all you do is when you scroll, you're just seeing the sidebar shit that's intended for the sidebar. That's like where you put your other clickable things, affiliates, and stuff like that. That's not supposed to be what you see first. It's all stacked on top. It's fucking stupid. And I don't like the way it's set up. I'm going to have them try to change it. If not, I'm going to a different site. And in the meantime, I might be building one while that one stands, and I'll have to set up two, and whatever. I don't care. I just don't like the way the mobile app looks like shit. But if you go to a computer, where I guess a lot of people, I'm one of those people, if I'm going to order something, I typically don't do it on the phone. Even if I can find it on the phone, I go and I sit on the computer, and I do the stuff on the computer where I feel it's more secure. SemperFryLLC.com. Click. See, here it looks like this, and it looks pretty awesome. You got the Semper Fi LLC logo right here. You got awesome hot sauce. Food Stars, a 6% off coupon code. And business for 13 years, family run. Some asshole told me to get a job the other day because they wanted to make me feel bad about myself. Like, nigger, I do from farmers market to $300,000 gross a year when I had the store. And then COVID happened, dude. You tell me what the fuck you've done before you start telling me what to go get. You cocksucker piece of shit. Accomplished more in my life than a lot of people who are shit talkers. I'm not saying than a lot of people, just a lot of the shit talkers. It's always a deflection, right? And projection when people have something horrible to say. Nice people who do things, they're not what do you call it? Ill-adjusted. They're well-adjusted. So they don't make these types of statements. It's only the ill-adjusted that are assholes like that. And it's usually because as long as you're dealing with an insult, you're not challenging their own fucking stupidity. Anyway, Dr. Peter Glidden, ND. There you go. Dr. Monzo's book and other things. If you click it, it's already got my link set up to it for the discount. This is Dr. Glidden's channel where all of the stuff that I do is all isolated on one channel, so it's not mixed in like it is on Ballbusters. I have a full playlist now on the Ballbusters on Rumble that you can click onto. And I'm going to make one for the British Shadow. I don't know why I didn't think to do that before, but the British Shadow will have its own playlist soon. All right. And I'll see if I can find other playlist ideas. Maybe I'll do one for Dr. Artist too, even though I don't really subscribe to that shit anymore. Anyway, this is the one that I want you to pay attention to, though. Code BB5 for 5% off for life. Designed by Dr. Alfonso Monzo III, ND, naturopathic doctor. So what do you need for your nutrients? What are the most important ones? The whole food multivitamin. Wait, can you see me? Yes, you can. Okay. The whole food multivitamin. You can click on these two when you get there and get them more of the details. The Alaskan cod liver oil, which is, let's see if we can find it. They're right here. But it's actually, that's a typo. It's 1,200 milligrams. All right. And if you want one, this one's a lemon. This one's just the regular. And then the smaller ones for kids is right there. So what do we get to so far? It's two. It's the whole food multivitamin, Alaskan cod liver oil. I'm going to check out that collagen thing. The Fulvic-Humic blend is right there. This is a 3-month supply at the very least. It could be more if you're not taking a full 1/8 of a teaspoon. This is all your minerals. This is super, super freaking important. You take like what I used to do, because I have a cold and a hot spout on my water jug with the 5-gallon jug on top of it with the reverse osmosis water, is I put the little tiny scooper that came with it into the cup for the 1/8 of a teaspoon. And then I fill it about, it's like a pint glass, but it's only about that full. So it's like 4 ounces maybe. And then it turns nice, rich black color. And it's pretty much flavorless. Sometimes it might have a little taste to it. And yeah, it's awesome. Done and done. Just like that. As long as a child isn't buck because they think it's vitamins, they'll probably drink it too. Fulvic-Humic blend is super important, though. That's a big one. And then you're looking for the IP6 Supreme with inositol to round it off. So that's the 4 things. And what I have been taking along with it is the core copper, which is right there. You make sure that you use code BB5 at the end. And this is on sale now, too. So there's 10% off, which means it's 20% off the Azure Living Well site price. And then you're going to get another 5% off with me. This whole site is 10% off the other site. So when it says 10% here, it's actually 20% off the other site. So a total of 20. This is actually a good time to get this stuff. And the Whole Food C complex. I might actually pick that up soon to myself. Because Rebecca uses the crystals. I saw them in the house again. I'm like, I should get her the Whole Food multivitamin. I'm sorry, the Whole Food C complex. That way she's at least getting the Whole Food one. And it's not screwing up her copper. They already convinced her to take the is it ferritin something? I don't know. The iron pills. I don't want her to take those. It's whatever. There's other issues going on we have to fix for her. Good person. And I know I've said a lot of shit, but some of that shit might have been. Anybody can work through something if they love the person, so it's just the way it goes. Let's see. Super greens. Nice. Heart support. Who needs those? Hearts. Just slows me down, bro. GI defense. Parapunch. Punch in the gut. Glucosamine sulfate. Nice. There's all kinds of cool stuff on here. You can get Alaskan cod liver oil. This is cinnamon. Cinnamon cod liver oil. It just sounds weird to me. But yeah, the beef liver capsules. That's what I was looking for. This is back in stock, kids. Do you remember what I was saying? Like when the core copper ran out, I was like, well, the other way, because there's actually beef liver in the core copper as well. It's one of the other like additional ingredients. Get the beef liver until the core copper comes back in stock. And then we did that. And then we bought them all out of that too. So I know people were looking for this to come back in stock, and here it is. So make sure you use code BB5 when you check out. BB5. BB5. All right. And then, of course, awesome hot sauce. Oh. There you go. All right, let's take a look at the peeps over here real quick, and I'll get out. Honestly, see, hold on. Orwell was a communist. Yeah, there you go. See? You got to run those filthy black knickers through the wash. Says N-word. Or you can drop kick your knickerbockers into the trash can. You know, it's funny. Where I'm from is where the knickerbockers were. We had it used to be called Knickerbocker Arena before it became the Pepsi Arena. The Knickerbocker Mansion. There's a haunted spot out there I've been to, allegedly. Orwell was a self-fulfilling prophet, says Spy Hunter. Just like the self-proclaimed geniuses, right? Yeah. Oh, you mean like Kanye? who's anti-reading books, and yeah, that guy. There's a lot of self-proclaimed geniuses out there. They're called health coaches. We call it TikTok life coaches, TikTok fitness coaches. Oh boy. And there's a lot more than just that. I taste blood from a tooth. I just had extracted, I think. Without the D. Been 72 hours though. Never make deals with Satan's little helpers, says Irvat. Spy Hunter says, Aussie seem to have a perpetual level of victimhood. Not speaking against them, mind you. Seems they need a lot of help. Yeah, well, I mean, it was literally like a prison colony for the British. And when I say British, of course, I mean the Jews. And of course, I mean the British and Dutch East India companies. World War I, Christopher Lee Stiller says, World War I, out of Kansas came the doughboys. I was like, what were the dates? 11 is master. Spy Hunter says viruses are engineered. No, they're not. They're not real, fucker. They're not. They're not a thing. Stop it already! God damn it! After all that, you still say that shit? A poison is engineered, perhaps. A toxin, sure. Maybe even a fucked up bacteria that, I don't know, lives outside the some sort of host body, which doesn't usually happen very long. But no, it's not a virus. I'm gonna go engineer myself a unicorn. Does that make it weaponized? No, it's still a fucking unicorn, which means it still doesn't exist. 0 times 0, bro. 0 times 0 equals what? Still 0. 0 times 10, guess what? Still 0. Oh, you had a car wreck. You must have died from COVID. That's right, Spy Hunter. I've had all my wisdom teeth pulled. Nothing has grown back. Well, obviously. Because you don't have your wisdom teeth, bro. Christopher Lee Settler says, Annie Hale. Cool. My best friend in Tennessee holds that last name. Christopher Lee Settler says, definitely military intelligence alignment with the R&D. Rockefeller, was that, what did he say, R&D? Of our destruction. Right, Dan? It says, Edward Summer says, maybe they're making your dog, Parv, kosher tortured to death. Yeah, that's funny, right? I don't know if they'll eat them, though. They might feed them to the Vietnamese, though. Sorry, sounds like your dog found that Parvo joke offensive. Christopher Lee Settler says, trust me, Dan, definitely in the flames. Toxic environment here. The lady I helped got back from the hospital today. Tremendously odd happenings to share if we speak again. Yeah, we can do that tomorrow. CLS, can numbers really be... Oh, so that's Christopher Lee Settler. So you guys talk to each other. Snowy, that means you're talking to each other. Christopher Lee Settler says, oh, Soma Kuma's over here too. I didn't know you were over here, Soma. That's cool. Christopher Lee Settler said, see, he thought, or someone's like, yeah, the party's over here. I'm going over here. Boop. Anything like that. So if you're not all pros, you better get to be pros here soon. Like now. I didn't say use code Dan or anything like that. No, it's just save the fucking site. So you can still stay here and play. Bad press. Lisa from Germany is better than no press. The words FTJ Media plastered across major news networks could lead to advertisement than truer debate. Thousands of Germans with VPNs, he said. Yeah, she's still poison and cancer wherever she goes. And, you know, then it's everybody else's fault when she gets in trouble for her shit. Yeah. That's just what I'm thinking. I could be wrong. I've been wrong in the past. I've been wrong about people often. Certain things are pretty goddamn obvious, though. Fuck us. We're fucked. Anyway, I think we're good. I told you to get the shit, and I told you the stuff that I wanted to talk to you about. And tomorrow we'll do some other stuff. What do you guys want to do for time? My daughter, I think, is going to be going to another friend's house because school's out now. And it's Memorial Day weekend. So I have to work on getting some emailers out. And I'm going to get like a special 10% discount coupon code or something like that for the site. That's only going to go to the people that I'm mailing out to for the awesome hot sauce. And so I'm going to work on that. And I got a couple sauces here to finish up. Well, not here, but you know what I mean. Whatever, when I go to the facility. And then I should be able to get on after that. It's 1:20 a.m. right now, so I guess what I'm starting my day with tomorrow is the elliptical, because I drank that energy drink. I didn't realize what freaking time it is. So now I'm not going to be able to get... I mean, I could, but it's going to be an hour and a half before I'm done. And that's too late to go to bed after that. I just do it in the morning. Because then I'll be all amped up too and shit. Yeah. I usually do it every day, but I did the water park today, so I guess I got some... it was not a strenuous exercise. I was killing it the day before, though. Holy crap. I went like the last lap, and I don't normally do this because I'm usually at a pace that I feel is pretty tough, but steady tough. I freaking goosed it to like maximum overdrive, and I had it like in sprint mode, like I was going, and I did the full circuit lap, and it freaking burned the shit out of me, and I was already pouring sweat because it's 4 miles, so my shirt's weighs 8 pounds, 10 pounds when I take it off anyway. So yeah, it was kind of neat to do that. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do that from now on. At the end of each of these 4 miles, I'm gonna do at least the last lap and maybe one in the middle, just like go crazy. But if I do it in the middle, I might actually burn myself out. So I'll wait till the end. It was good times. All right, you guys know where the links are. FTJ Media is right there. Super Fries over there. Gifts and Goes over here. Guys, if you've never supported anything in your life, I would like you to support the FTJ Media thing. And I want you to be healthy, so I also want you to get over to Semper Fi LLC, or you can go directly there from the Azure standard thing here. And here's the list of what I talked about. Azure Whole Food Essential Nutrients are the Whole Food Multivitamin, the Alaskan Cod Liver Oil, the Fulvic-Humic Energy Blend, IP6 Supreme, and I also recommend the Core Copper. Use code BB5 for your discount. And be sure to tell them Large Marge sent ya.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Let's not drag this out. We don't enjoy one another that much. Think white and get serious.
There we go. And then, oh yeah.
I'm here to help. If my help's not appreciated, lots of luck, gentlemen.
Now, we haven't done this one in a little bit. I'll throw this on. Louis Rossman coming in with the... granted, he should have messed with the audio a little bit on the Superman thing that he overlays in it. It's kind of hard to hear both things at the same time, but here you go.
The best way that I can seek to explain this is talking about a cartoon. There's this one episode of Superman the Animated Series. I genuinely believe this is the golden era of all cartoons. Mid-90s, kind of ended when Batman Beyond was canceled in 2001. It was totally gone and destroyed when the Justice League Unlimited ended around 2004, 2005. After that, I just couldn't watch cartoons anymore. But this one cartoon, there's an episode where Darkseid is trying to take over Earth. He is a villain. He's much more powerful than Superman. In this episode of Superman, Darkseid is about to take over Earth, and he's winning. He's beating Superman. Superman is weakened. He puts Superman in shackles and chains, and he shows him before everybody on Earth, and he said, this is your hero. This is the person that you're counting on. He's gone. You know, submit or be killed. Deal with it. You're now my slaves. This one reporter comes out who's a standard human. His name is Dan Turpin. He's not a superhero. He's not a bodybuilder even. He's just an old reporter, and he's somebody that never really liked Superman to begin with. He's somebody who always thought that Superman acted without oversight, and because he acted without oversight, we should always be critical and cynical of him, even when he does good things. He never really liked Superman very much, but in this moment when he realizes that the Earth is just completely fucked, he's like, you know, fuck that. He said, I forget exactly what he said because it's been almost 30 years since I saw this cartoon, but he picks up a spear.
I don't care how many crummy planets you've conquered. You ain't getting this one. Yeah.
And Superman is freed. And Superman is free just long enough to fight them back, but now Superman's not fighting back on his own. You see all the normal people that are not superheroes, that don't have all this crazy body armor, also beating the crap up out of everybody else. And what happened in this moment is it wasn't just him doing it. It was everybody doing it. At some point, Darkseid realizes that he's about to lose because this red dude shows up with his army from New Genesis, and then they say we're going to start fighting Darkseid too. So what happened here is we took one old dude just picking up his spear, knowing that he's completely fucked, and saying, you know what, I'm going to inspire everybody else to fight at the same time. And it worked. Darkseid goes to leave. But he's a dick. So he looks at Superman and says,
remember, victory has its price.
He looks at Superman and says, victory has its price, and grins as he Omega beams and burns Dan Turpin. He kills the reporter. He's just left in ashes. After this, Superman goes to the funeral. You hear the sad music, and he looks down at the grave and goes,
in the end, the world didn't really need a Superman. Just a brave one.
What was the point he was making there? When people see that you're pushing forward and fighting, even when you may not really have a clue what you're doing, when they see that you're picking up the spear, they can be willing to as well. And when everybody does that, the bully loses. 1,600 of you decided to pick up a spear. That's awesome. And I want you to understand, the world doesn't need an influencer. The world needs people like you. That's what I've always wanted to inspire with this channel. Just like what Superman said at the end of that episode. The world doesn't need a Superman, just a brave one. Be the brave man or woman.
All right. Now you know what to do. And that's how we move forward. And you can make America less gay by joining FTJ. But I'm being serious though. I mean, it's up to us. It's up to us for a lot of things. And the majority of this is implying if we have loved ones, we're the first line of defense because we're here, because we're thinking about this stuff. It's not meant for everybody to have to deal with. You know, we don't burden the children, and we don't burden the women with this, that they have a job, or that's to take care of the innocent ones in the house. And it's our job to protect both of them. Be the brave one. Good night.